Alright, peeps. Let's get going. Hey, Steve, Snowy Rains, how's it going, peeps? Sorry for the late start today. Let me fix the audio. That should be fine. Yeah, had a pretty long and rough day today. Almost never made it online, to be fair. I'm about 50%. I'm doing alright. I don't think that lamb shank sat well, though. Yeah, sorry, Woodpit. I've had a really, really bad week this week. Lots of problems with my moving and stuff. And, well, I was out helping my brother today. And, well, let's just say I overexerted way too much today. Way too much today. And, well, it's made me a little bit unwell. But I thought I'd still jump on for a little bit. I know it's really late, so I don't expect many to be turning up. They've probably jumped onto the other side and other channels, but that's fine. But how is everyone? Seems to be a lot going on today that just... the meltdowns just won't stop. How's it going, Green Goblin? Bunaya? Woodpit? Okay, that's cold. Let me have this one. Oh, his meltdowns are getting worse. At this point, I think he just wants everyone to block him. He's attacking me now. Right? We're going to watch that today, Steve. I've got that on my list to watch. Anyone pick up Final Fantasy VII? Now you can stream Bloodborne to your PC. Yeah. I managed to nab it for 40 quid brand new. I think that's a good deal. 40 bucks brand new, I think that's a good deal. Ah, the wonders of the meltdown. Kong better though. Well, Sony did sign up with that 4K studio, right? That 4K bitrate. So they were always going to have a higher bitrate and deliver a higher resolution. I can't remember the name of the studio, but it basically allows them to transmit 4K gaming data at like a third of the bandwidth. So that was like a massive get for Sony. But at the same time, I can understand Microsoft being reluctant to push cloud as much as they have been. you know, because of the CMA, they've lost almost all control of ABK's cloud gaming. They've lost a lot of other stuff, and they were forced to pretty much put all of their games onto services like GeForce Now. So I kind of understand Microsoft taking a back foot, and I can see them in the future kind of getting rid of xCloud and just porting it and just kind of merging it with. If they were smart, they'd do it with GeForce Now, because the tech for GeForce is really, really good. But in terms of the Xbox streaming, I don't think it matters what you're streaming from. You're still going to get the Series X performance. But you know, we'll if anything, like on my PC today, we'll try some xCloud streaming, right? We'll see what it's like on the, you know, on a proper PC and see what it's like. But it'll be interesting to see. But I understand why Microsoft has taken a back pedal to it. To me, it makes sense because the CMA really did cut them really hard. They gave Ubisoft all the cloud rights for ABK. Microsoft had to sign 10-year deals to put Microsoft and all these other things just to appease the FTC. They gave, you know, in my opinion, my honest opinion, the ABK deal was the biggest mistake Microsoft ever made. And that says a lot, right? That says a lot. You know, the ABK deal has cost Microsoft so much that you have to wonder at this point, was it really worth it? Now, as from a gamer's point of view, it absolutely isn't worth it. From a business point of view, it's 100% worth it. But the business point of view doesn't align with the gamer point of view. The business point of view looks at King and what that's bringing to the table in mobile gaming. Then it looks at the partnerships that, you know, King has with Tencent in order to get the Call of Duty, or is it Activision has with Tencent for Call of Duty Mobile. And these games bring a lot of money. I think, you know, couple of years ago, Call of Duty was making $8 million a day. Let that sink in. $8 million a day. And that was 2 years ago. So now I'm expecting it to be somewhere in the region of about 15 to 20 million a day, considering how much mobile gaming has exploded. And the fact is, Call of Duty Mobile is actually really good. They've done a really damn good job of it. In fact, I think it's better than the console versions. And that says something, right? But, you know, from a business point of view, ABK is a phenomenal deal. But from a gamer's point of view, ABK was a massive disaster. Because for 2 years, for the trial, Xbox gamers got nothing, while Microsoft proved that they were weak. We had no showcases to see what's coming, because Microsoft wanted to show them they're weak. And now they're having to give games away to show the FTC that, you know, they're complying with all the promises they made. They had to promise the FTC and the judge to forever give Call of Duty away. So, and on parity as well. I mean, they just gave up too much, right? In the end, in my opinion, as a, you know, from a gamer's perspective, I just don't think it was worth it. For the amount of stuff that went through over the past 2 years, I just don't think it was worth it. But no, yes, they are. But it's the growth potential, like you're saying. Microsoft hasn't dabbled into the mobile market, and the mobile market means it's got infinite growth, right? And clearly they're looking at mobile to be a big revenue earner. And that's their focus. But it's going to make them a lot of money. I mean, Woodpit. I mean, it's crazy after all this time we're still talking about the FTC. But the FTC turned around when Phil Spencer said, as long as there's a PlayStation, there will be a Call of Duty on that platform. And then the FTC asked, will my PlayStation get it for free? Will you give it to PlayStation for free? And Judge Corley turned around and told him to shut the F up. And she said, you know, they're not getting it for free. They're still a business at the end. Who do you think you are? But the FTC had the audacity to turn around to Phil and say that, you know, PlayStation should get the game for free on their platform. Force One, it does. But also, you know, when it comes to mobile gaming, the amount of games that come out and fail within the first year are huge. I mean, the judge was very reasonable, right? Let's not beat around the bush. Judge Corley was very reasonable. And Jim Ryan's testimony wasn't great. I mean, they asked Jim, if you was in the position of Microsoft today, would you make all the games exclusive? And he said, I don't want to comment. Steve, I can eventually see those mobile games coming to the console as well. I mean, to me, that's how they would promote it. So they would have those mobile games on the console as well, or through the cloud for you to play. And it would have like a seamless connectivity with your mobile app. And you could basically play on your console, then switch over to your phone, and do vice versa. Adidas with that $5 super chat. Ponies reaching, it's all they can do. That is correct. That is correct. But it you know, it gets worse when you know, don't get me wrong, there are some L's that Xbox has taken recently. But it doesn't help when their own influencers are trying to rip them apart limb from limb. It just starts to get a little annoying. And honestly, like, I jump on Twitter and all I'm seeing is a complete civil war. You've got Nintendo on the other side sitting there going, man, look at all this money. Look at all these happy customers. You've got Sony on the other side. Look at all this money, all these customers. And then both of them are looking at the Xbox community and they're beating each other up. Constantly. And it's like, why? It just doesn't make sense. It's like, I mean, I'm seeing people that are grown men that are like in their 70s getting all worked up because a couple of games went to another platform that they knew was going to happen. It's like you're walking up to someone and you tell them, I'm going to slap you now. And they say, okay. You slap them, and then they're like, what the hell did you do that for? And you're like, I just told you I was going to do it. Yes, Golden. Yes. It's getting sad now. You know, this week has been really busy for me. I went and saw a property on, well, Monday to Wednesday was crazy at work. I did stream on Tuesday, right, chat? I'm pretty sure I did. I'm positive. I mean, that's the type of week I've had this week. Wednesday, I know I didn't stream. Yesterday, I was supposed to stream, but by the time I got back from viewing the property, which was really nice, by the way, I was just dead tired, and you know, my right side is about 50% paralyzed, so I can't really do much movement through the whole of my right side, all the way down to my legs. So all the driving that I was doing just made things a lot worse. So that's why I didn't stream on Thursday. Today was a lot worse because I was helping my brother with construction, but I still wanted to jump on and have a bit of a stream. But that's why I'm a bit late today. But, you know, the few days that I just had completely away from social media was actually nice. I jumped on today to see what's going on, and it's just the usual candidates, you know, Tim, Peter, and Warhammer Dave just badgering on and on and on and on to the point where, like, at this point, I don't know what their end game is, because it's not trying to, you know, if you hate Xbox so much, fuck off the PlayStation. Go. Who cares? No one wants you. Do you know what I mean? You don't have to stay. No one is forcing you to stick around. I mean, you've got one dude who's fucking in his 60s crying because he shared bread with Phil Spencer and thinking Phil owes him something. Like I'm not. We're gonna get into that later anyway. I don't want to get worked up on that right now. But for those of you that haven't seen, it would be a lot worse, Benaya, if it was on... Actually, I'm curious. For those of you that are YouTube members, do you get ads? Because I know on Twitch you don't. If you're a subscriber on Twitch, you don't get ads. Do you get ads here? And no, Steve, I'm not talking about your dodgy stuff. Okay, so members don't. Okay, at least there's that. Well, premium doesn't, but then you've got like members who are members of my channel. I'm just wondering if they get it. Now, I know that those people that are on the second tier for members, I do ad-free videos, which hopefully they are ad-free. If they aren't, please let me know so I can inquire. But I disable all monetization for those videos. But if you're on the second tier for like Chicago, you're on tier 2, you should get member videos, and they are ad free. But this is really cool for those in the UK. Let's reduce that volume. This is coming for us in the UK now. I really want this. But it is so expensive. But I still want it. And I kind of have to have it. I want it. That's good, Chicago. But it is like £178. That's crazy. Oh, it's 150 here. At least that's a little better. Anyone want to donate 150 bucks? But I know a couple of you are interested in what's happening with my moving, and it it seems the only block I have right now in moving, because we found a property. I mean, in the conversion rate, Snowy, it's about the same. So so the landlord is happy, the agency is happy. The only people now putting a massive red block in front of me is my local government. They're not allowing me to move. They're causing all sorts of issues for me at the moment. So, that's been my week. Pointless training at work, viewing properties, and fighting with the local government so I can move. Sounds fun, right, chat? Oh, by the way, is the music loud enough? Not loud enough? Is it too much? This music doesn't get monetized, so I can use this freely, and I've been using it in all my videos. If you don't like the music in the videos, do let me know, because I can remove it. But this doesn't get monetized, so I'm happy to use it. Benaya, if PlayStation adds day one games to PS Plus, it will probably be to PlayStation Premium. Not Premium, Platinum. They won't do it to Premium, because Premium's 120 quid. They will probably bump it up to 150 or 160, and then add an extra tier for day one games. And that will change a lot of things. A lot. Streaming games to think day one? Yeah. I mean, that's the end game, Benaya. The fact is, Sony isn't making money. And all it takes is one game to fail. Like, truly fail. And Sony is screwed. A 5% net margin is nothing. All it takes for Sony to be in serious financial trouble is for them to have one game failure that's, costing 300 million to make. So if Venom actually fails and doesn't sell well, they will be in so much trouble. But they can offset that by releasing their games on PC. I'm not saying for them to release their, flagship titles on Xbox. That's just stupid. But releasing them on PC will just bring in another stream of revenue. It just takes the pressure off so much. Right? And to me, that makes so much sense. But, and you can see that Hiroki Totoki wants to go down that route. That is where he's seeing things, because that makes sense to him. Now, I am a big fan of... Look, I like my Xbox. You all know that, right? But I'm a big fan of those sad dad walking simulators. I like the story that comes from them. I'm a massive story buff, why I like RPGs. And those games play pretty much, like a cinematic story. And I like them. I'm not going to turn around and say I don't, because I do. So I actually do like PlayStation games. And, if they came onto PC, happy days. That's actually really cool, because the few games that I do like, I can actually just buy here, because they'll just perform better. But it's not like they're losing any money from me. They're still getting my money. Hey, Susanna. No, you're good, dude. You're good. Oh. Spider-Man 2, wasn't it? Spider-Man 2 looked a good spectacle, but there was too much fluff in there for my liking. I could see. So we're getting another Starfield update. 505 didn't close down, they closed studios down. I'm sorry if that wasn't clear. But you know, this is kind of cool. We're getting in photo mode, you can change the expression of the characters. I'm not sure who asked for that, but apparently someone did. So we're getting that. That looks a little creepy, honestly. I think this is an amazing change. No official announcement yet. So you know how you had to kind of get out of your... I forgot what this is called now. But yeah, you don't have to get out of it anymore. You can just use it full time and run around with it. It's such a great quality of life. Your scanner. But I think this is such a great quality of life. They've added ready for your next mission. Setting course on an inactive mission will now make it active. As you can see here. Let's go back. It's inactive. Set course. So that's kind of cool as well. So lots of nice little quality of life stuff. Apparently they finally found David Barron from the sabotage mission. He decided to go into hiding for personal reasons, but they found him and they've placed him back where he should be. Whereas there was another quest here. The audition mission is fixed as well. So lots of updates that are coming to Starfield that will make it better before the big update that's going to come in whenever they release the DLC. The mod support is coming with the DLC, Benaya. So whenever the DLC drops, that's when you're going to get the mod support. It's going to be like one big package with the expansion. I've had almost no bugs myself, but you know, quality of life updates. So don't forget, like the team that's doing the quality of life updates is different to the team that's doing the DLC. They have different teams for different things. So just because you're seeing a team working on quality of life doesn't mean that they're not working on the DLC. So that's still happening. I mean, I hope they do, because that's one of the most requested features. But do you know what's really cool? Outside of me feeling absolutely awful? This! Top 3 games and Final Fantasy XIV has topped the list on Xbox. Which is really, really good to see. This is the American list. Final Fantasy XIV is currently the top 3 game on Xbox in the United States. It's only in beta now for Xbox. This is huge. Can't wait for the full release next month. That's really, really cool. I'm really happy to see that, because this shows Square Enix that people are interested. And in my opinion, personal opinion, people can disagree with this all they want. I'm perfectly okay with that. But the Final Fantasy XIV storyline, from A Realm Reborn all the way to Endwalker, is arguably one of the best storylines in Final Fantasy, period. Except for Realm Reborn, that kind of sucked. You know what I am interested in to find out? If they change the ending to A Realm Reborn. Susano, it did look... Basically, if you've got an account already, you can't jump onto the free trial, the beta. So, like, I've got a PC account and, well, both my PC and PlayStation account are linked. So if I create an Xbox account now, I can't link that to my existing accounts. I have to create a new account, which is why I'm personally waiting until the game is officially released, so I can then, you know, log in with my existing account. It doesn't give you the option to do that on the beta. And if I tie my gamer tag to the new account, you can never unlink that gamer tag. Now, this isn't an Xbox thing. PlayStation did the exact same thing. It's a Square Enix thing. They even do this with Final Fantasy XI, which was released back in 2007. So it's a really archaic system that they have that's been ongoing for generations, but it's a Square Enix problem and not a console problem. Well, now you can stream Final Fantasy games. Hey, I can play Final Fantasy games off my Steam Deck, so there's still that. This is the good thing, Susano. The game actually isn't designed in that way. Right? So I took the best part of a year break. When I go back to 14, because I want to go back before Dawn Trail comes along and actually catch up, I've got the story to do. But in terms of getting geared up, I will be almost max geared within about 2 weeks. And if they've actually unlocked the tombstone cap, because you can only collect 450 tombstones for the higher rated gear. And that basically is, you log into the game, you do your one roulette dungeon per day, which takes 20 minutes, maybe 10, depending on how good you are. You do that for 5 days, and you've capped your roulettes already. That's your primary objective, to make sure that those tombs on a weekly basis are capped. But it only takes 20 minutes a day. Now, for everything else in the game, you can pace yourself however the hell you want. The game really is designed with respecting your time and giving back to you. There are some things like the relic grind, which can take a bit of time. But like the latest relic grind, you can finish it in, like, once the whole thing is open, you can finish it in a matter of hours. It's just time gated. Oh, no. Their mobile games are horrendous. You're talking about War Within or Warriors Within, something like that. And I can't remember the other one. No, they're horrendous. I think like Record Keeper as well. Those games are designed to keep you playing 24/7 and having your mobile on even when you're sleeping, grinding. Trust me, I've been there. It's why I stopped playing them. It's stupid. Ever Crisis is exactly the same. I really wanted to play Ever Crisis, but that game requires you to play it non-stop 24/7 in order to be able to complete it. And I'm not playing their mobile games. Hey, Josh. Happy Gamer, I didn't see what you said earlier. I think the problem with AAA games is that we have been through so much of them, and games are too expensive to make. That is why we see more often games. But the problem is you don't have... You can make a AAA game without having mocap. A AAA game doesn't mean that it has to be, you know, everything has to be of like the most expensive thing. If the game is good, graphically good, not exceptional, but good, you've got a good storyline, and the gameplay is good, the narrative is good, the music is good, and you haven't, you know, that is what I would call a AAA game. It doesn't need to be all this, you know, photorealistic graphics, mocapped everything. It doesn't need that. It does add to the experience, yes. And with Sony's approach, with, you know, their cinematic storytelling, they kind of have to do it because that's how they deliver their story. But you don't need it. And you can get games, you know, just look back into the free, you know, the 360 and PS2 days. Which one of those were mocapped? None of them. And yet some of the greatest games ever released were on the PS2 and the 360. But yes, Susano, their mobile games are horrendous. The actual console game, the PC game, Final Fantasy XIV, is not like that at all. It respects your time 100%. Am I playing Rebirth? I will be. Do you lot want me to stream it? I'm not sure if you want me to stream it. Susano with a super sticker, $1.11. I appreciate you. A Plague Tale Requiem is AAA with a 25 million budget. Exactly. Look at Ghost of Tsushima. That cost 60 million. To me, that's a AAA game, but some people are saying it's a AA. But to me, that game is probably better than Uncharted and The Last of Us, right? It is so good. It's got such a great story, great combat, great puzzles, great everything. The music is good. The serenity is good. I agree, Brick. But it's 60 million. It's not the 300 million Spider-Man was, right? It just you know sets the stage, in my opinion. But Benaya, was it needed? Was it needed to deliver a good game? And that's the question. So Toys for Bob, this is the big one that we're going to be talking about today. It's splitting from Microsoft. Man, why is my notifications not coming up on screen? Making me upset. I need to fix that. And Plague Tale Innocence was less than 10 million. That studio knows how to do budget games. But how much of Spider-Man 1 was reused for Spider-Man 2? Like, where did the cost come from? Right? I mean, don't get me wrong. I think what they did with Spider-Man was really cheeky. Because the first I think 2/3 of the game was pretty average. And then they kind of piled everything in towards the end to make it, you know, to give you that good feeling when you finish the game. And so it obscured your actual reviews ratings. I don't think that game, like, I gave that game an 8.9 out of 10. In hindsight, I would have given it an 8 out of 10. I didn't think it deserved a 9 at the time because of a few game-breaking bugs that really ruined my experience. Like the fact that it desynced my audio twice from system level. Like my whole PS5 sound I/O chip desynced from my PS5 because of that game. And yeah, that ruined my experience in some of the cutscenes. So that was really horrible. But looking at it now, without the rose-tinted glasses of the final third being really good, I probably would have given it an 8, because I think that's what it deserves. Bonaya, Spider-Man 1? I think so, yeah. Actually, I think it was less. I think it was like 85 million. Hey, Diablo, how's it going, my dude? Toys for Bob was probably losing money, so Microsoft... No. That's not what happened, Benaya. That's not what happened. So, Toys for Bob is a really weird situation, right? And I think Alex here sums it up perfectly. I mean, this is my view. I agree with him. This is what I've been saying all along. Look, Toys for Bob has wanted to go independent. And the first thing that they did was, hey, Microsoft, thank you for making us independent. Can we partner with you? Because we want to work on all the games that we used to work on with you for you. So you can clearly see that there's nothing, nasty going on there. There's no, bitterment going on there. But the reality is, under Activision, Toys for Bob became a Call of Duty bitch. That's the easiest way to put it. They became a support studio for Call of Duty, and that's not what they wanted to do. Now, they probably asked Phil, can we stop doing this? Phil may have said yes, may have said no. I don't know. In my last video, if you've watched it, I said, there's a good chance that Phil didn't allow them. Which raises the question about what Phil said. But maybe he did say yes. And if he did say yes, well, maybe Toys for Bob said, you know what? If we go independent, there's not going to be a situation where we're going to get roped in to support Call of Duty. We can just work on the games we want to work on. And I've got full respect for that. And the fact that Microsoft allowed that just shows how, good Microsoft is with their companies. And again, people are looking at this as a doom and gloom, right? And how they hurt the publishers. And that's one of the arguments that the FTC was bringing up, right? When Microsoft goes to buy another studio, this is another thing that they're going to put on the table along with the 4 games that have gone to PlayStation and Switch and say, hey, buddy, look, they came to us. They wanted to go independent. We respected their decision. We let them go. But they still wanted to partner with us. We could have easily told them to piss off and go somewhere else. But instead, we took them in. And now we're working with them as if nothing changed. It's all good. And in my opinion, for, Toys for Bob, this was the right decision. Because if they stayed, there was always a chance that they could get roped into Call of Duty, and they just did not want to work on that game. More than likely, so Xbox can't let them do something else. More than likely, Microsoft let them do what they wanted. Instead of laying off their team or closing the studio down, now they're spun out and can do whatever they want with Microsoft. It just makes perfect sense. Don't forget, also gives Microsoft another, we allow creative independence for FTC trial. All these recent steps are to shut that BS case down once and for all. Because the case is still going, right? It's still ongoing. Bungie's in trouble. They're bad. But exactly, look at Bungie. In this situation, if Bungie turns around to Sony and says, can we split? Sony's gonna say no. Your ass is mine. I've got you exactly where I want you. And if you don't start churning those profits, we're taking over. I don't know, Bonaya. I don't know. if they didn't want to pay the devs, they're partnering with them. They're paying a fee for them anyway. Crash Bandicoot is goated. I mean, we're gonna definitely. I mean, don't forget, the Toys for Bob dude turned around and said, "Keep your horns on," which is, you know, him saying that a new Spyro game is coming. Bonaya, that's not entirely true. That was kicked off by Activision, and that was proven recently in the FTC trial. That's still ongoing. So what happened was Bobby Kotick employed 7,000 people in the final year. And before the deal went through, he set in motion around, I think it was 800 to 1,000 layoffs that was going to happen at Activision. So that was well on the way to happening before the deal finally closed. So, I mean, sure, Microsoft could have stopped. I don't even know if they can stop it, honestly. But I don't know the legalities. But that was already in motion and done and set in stone when Activision was there. And that was already proven with valid documentation to the FTC, to the courts, because the FTC turned around and said, hey, look at Microsoft now. They bought Activision and they laid off all these people. And so Microsoft had to show documentation that Bobby Kotick actually did this before the case was closed. And what Microsoft said was, these could have been avoided if you allowed us to close the case earlier. But FTC, because of you, these people have lost their jobs. This is on you, not us. A nice way to turn that table. Why does Bobby Kotick do anything? But the fact was, they overemployed. They didn't need those 7,000 people. Why would you bring in 7,000 people when you're about to think? I have no idea what he was thinking. But they clearly didn't need 7,000 people. Now, if you're talking about the people that got laid off with the merger, you know, the PR department, the marketing department, which they probably should have kept, by the way, because Microsoft's marketing department sucks. You know, the finance department, you know, CEOs, CFOs, and all of that stuff, all of that, that's part of the merger. That just happens part of the merger. They're duplicate positions, so they have to go. But I think we're all smart enough to understand that that's, unfortunately, a side effect of a merger. So I think this is going to be a really good thing for Toys for Bob. I wish them all the luck in the world. I think this is going to be really cool for them, and they can finally go out. And if they do a really good job with Spyro the Dragon, which I guess is the next game that's coming, I think that they can potentially be the ones working on the next Banjo game. Who knows? No, but this was in 2023, Benaya. They hired 7,000 people in 2023. At a time when everyone was getting rid of staff, they hired 7,000 people. It's a lot. Well, that's the other thing, Susano. Benaya, there's two ways to think of this. Number one, Bobby was pretty nasty throughout this whole merger. Not sure if a lot of you are aware, but like even for Microsoft to go in to, start setting up, porting older games onto Game Pass, he said no. You're not allowed to see any of that. in the back room, he was telling his shareholders that, you know, the likelihood of this deal failing is really high, so we're going to make more money and keep the company. And then we can sell it off to someone else, like Tencent. So, you know, Bobby exactly doesn't, you know, exert any form of positivity. The guy was a scumbag. And they basically left a landmine on Microsoft's lap because it was all done. So there was no way of reversing it at that point. So, you know, this isn't damage controlling. This is facts that were presented. You know me, I don't damage control. I say it how it is. Why don't they do a Banjo 1 remake? I know that they're going to do something with Banjo, but we don't know what it is. Hey, yeah, he did, Alex. He did. I mean, up until the very end, Bobby was scheming for the deal to fail, so they could make more money. And that's just nasty, right? Microsoft did keep the IPs. That's 100%. Toys for Bob didn't take anything. But the reality is people are just spending less on games. Right? Let me see if I can find something. Total video games expenditure over last 5 years. What the fuck? If you don't want me to view your stuff, then don't let me see it. So you're not going to let me access data? Yeah, no. Well, I can't find it. Back to this page. No, not right now, not right now. So this only covers the 2022. So you can see pre-COVID it was at 43 million. Then during COVID it shot up quite high. That was the peak of COVID. And then it started to decline. By 2023, it actually dropped quite considerably down. And that's when people started losing their jobs. They forecasted that it would go up and up and up and up and up. What they didn't realize was when people started to go out into the real world again and they could actually do stuff, that wasn't going to be the case. I don't buy much games nowadays. I have Xbox Game Pass, but if there are some games I truly like, I wait on a good deal. Yes, I know I am cheap, or is it smart? It's smart, Happy Cloud Gamer. If you're not in a rush, it's smart. Starfield Studio are working on Elder Scrolls 6, the new DLC, plus bug fixes and mod support. Yeah, they're busy. They are really busy. They are spending less because there is so many free-to-play games. Free-to-play games are rampant at the moment. right? I still want to play Fallout 76. One day. Yeah, Sony's VR is gone. It's dead. It's finished. I went after Rich for defending Yuzu. That I gotta see. It's really weird, right, Digit? The media has been well quiet about 900 layoffs. Like, there's almost been no, like, chatter about it. When Microsoft laid off the staff from a merger, which was, you know, at least, you know, 600 to 800 of those were expected anyway, and the others were done by Bobby Kotick himself, they went ballistic. And there you have it. There you have it. That's it. Bonaya gets it. Bonaya gets it. Bonaya gets it. And folks, that is why you always see bad news when it comes to Xbox. Because it stirs so much trouble. Right? It just makes money. It makes money. That's it. That's it. It makes money. Bonaya is spot on. If people didn't click on those links, if people didn't give them the time of day, they would stop doing it. But they know that if a big game comes out for Xbox and they turn around and give it a 7 out of 10, everyone's going to lose their shit. If they give a 7 out of 10 for a PlayStation game, you barely hear a scratch. You'll hear the odd hoof coming in and out, but nowhere near the reaction that Xbox fans give. Thank you, Devastator. But don't forget, these revenues are also bolstered by Nintendo. If you looked at Microsoft's and Sony's, it kind of went 2019. Like if you... Let me... It went like this. Where is it? Okay. Why can't I see the damn thing? Okay. So it started like 2019 here. So that was 2019. 2020. 21. 22. Amazing writing, right, folks? So, once again, I've lost the thing. It started like this, and then COVID hit, and then it went up. And people were at home, so they were consuming more games. And it was amazing. Companies were like, oh my god, we're making so much money! And then people were allowed to go out. And so it started to dip. And it started to dip. And it's probably stabilized around here. And you're going to see a little bit of a resurgence when new games come out, like Final Fantasy VII, Halo, and big games. But this big area here, this COVID bubble that happened, this also brought, you know, mass employment in from all directions. People overhired like crazy to keep up with this demand because everyone wanted a game out ASAP to capitalize on those sales. But what's going to happen is, once that bubble goes down, these same people are getting the fuck out. They're all being ejected. Because that's how it works. Because there's no more demand. They don't need to release the game in 2 weeks. They need to release the game in 2 years. So they don't need that stuff. So all of them get back out. That's how it works. Redfall is good. KOTOR was big with Saber, right? That was kind of big. Quantum Break, I really hope that that game goes out to more platforms because that's huge. That is such a good game. Now that, I mean, it won't do right now because Microsoft is doing nothing with the IP. Like, literally nothing. Like, if you're not going to do nothing with the IP, send it back to Remedy. Right? Don't hold on to something that you're never going to use. I don't like that. SanchezGaming, you know it. You know it. I was playing Power World before work and a group of syndicates sent out pals to fight me. I think their AI was improved a little. Did you die? Oh, Quantum Error, God no. We're not talking about Quantum Error, we're talking about Quantum Break. But you know, a lot of people don't understand this, where because of the COVID, everyone being locked down at home, everyone was consuming games. The video game industry was the highest grossing entertainment medium for 2-3 years. But once people found freedom, they left the video games. And that's going to ultimately, you know, that bubble, that burst of employment, you know, if they employed, say, 30% additional staff, if they don't need that staff now, that 30% is going to go. It's sad, but it is just the way it is. Mysterious, what issues is it having? Also, chat, do you think getting Final Fantasy VII Rebirth for £40 is a good deal? Exactly, Susano. Redfall should never have come out. Look, most of these problems for bad games stem from management. I got it for 40 quid. Like a boss. But Redfall, you know, the when they were brainstorming and producing the game, they had a vision for the game. That vision slowly changed. And then ZeniMax's president or CEO came along and said, right, I really like what you've done there, but I want it to be a live service game. And they were like, well, this isn't a live service game. Yeah, I don't care. I want it to be a live service game. And they're like, but we've not built it for that. Yeah, but you're not hearing me. I want it to be a live service game. And so the developers argued that this isn't a live service game. It's not designed to be that. It's not even built core to it. Hence why you don't have drop in, drop out. Because the infrastructure wasn't designed for that. So as the game developed, the developers basically wanted to speak to Phil Spencer to cancel the project. They wanted to cancel it. And ZeniMax CEO said, if anyone talks to Phil Spencer, you'll be fired on the spot. No one wants to be fired, right? So how do you think the morale is going to be on a project like that? No one wants to work on it. They can't tell the people that need to know what the hell is going on. You've got Microsoft leadership deciding to take a complete hands-off, which is wrong. They learned this the hard way. The game was always going to come out in a screwed place. Well, yeah. That's true, Benaya. I mean, just look at Anthem. Anthem was a weird case, right? Because the CEO at the time of EA said use Unreal Engine because that's got all the tools you could want. And instead, BioWare turned around and said, no, we're going to use Frostbite. And, you know, the CEO turned around multiple times and said, don't do that. You're going to have a lot of trouble. And they still went ahead with Frostbite. And Frostbite is not designed for what Anthem is. It's a first-person engine. But it looks like now I'm the contention of being attacked by Mr. Tim. So Tim says, remember when Xbox said Crash was theirs? This is just an easier way out than to go day and date. All the Crash avatars, what a disaster. I feel bad for y'all, writing on the wall. And I said, and Toys for Bob now wants to go into a partnership to work on Microsoft titles, Spyro and Crash. What's your point? What's to feel sorry about? Toys didn't own those IPs. Activision did. No need to feel sorry for us. Work on yourself. He decided to come and double back and lie to try and get a one-up on me. Like, this is how low that he's gotten now, right? He actually has to lie about it. You had a Crash Bandicoot avatar 2 years ago, bragging about exclusives. I've never, ever had a Crash Bandicoot avatar. Now, what I will show you is this. Where is it? Now, if he turned around and said, you had a different avatar back then, I could agree with that. I could agree with that. Because this was my avatar. Right? This is what my avatar used to be. Because that was what my YouTube channel was. CPZ. Right? That's what my original channel is right now. I'm not sure if Brick is even still here, but he can attest to it. That hasn't changed. But over time, I decided to change the logo. I've never actually used any other logo. And my dude is coming out and trying to lie to get a one-up. You've got a few people down here. And now you've got, and I just said, you know, my dude has now stooped to lying about me. When you hit that stage, you know there are serious problems. One thing I won't tolerate is lying about me. You can joke, you can troll, but I do not like liars. And you're a liar. Can I do that without losing my blue check mark? I wonder. I do wonder. Can I do that without losing the blue check mark? Shall we do it? I'm not going to give him the satisfaction. I saw someone do it. I saw someone do that. And now look at his mental breakdown. All this because he shared bread. All this because he shared bread. F it. It's never coming to Xbox. Xbox brass can't even talk about it. Getting Final Fantasy 7 and 7 Rebirth on PlayStation 5. No more waiting. We all win when I play games I can have and not wait around. Who gives a shit what you play? Mate, this is what... Golden Apples. This is what it's all about. He sat down and had a meal with Phil Spencer and he thinks he's pretty much become his husband. You know, he thinks that they're close lovers or something. I don't get it. No wonder why Sony fans feel premium and pretty much let Sony do its thing, case they trust him. I mean, half of this doesn't even make sense. You can see that he's like, Rah! Rah! I mean, that's pretty much what that's what I'm pretty much envisioning at this point. Just like here, and it's this pivot. Always have third-party games to get you over the hump, and that includes Xbox games now. Never a 2022 for a Sony fan. Truth is truth. Tell me I'm wrong. It's okay to have preference on where you want to play your games, but if a plastic box is making you have a mental breakdown, you might want to reevaluate your life and find something else to do. I mean, yeah. You know, it's like people are now turning around and saying that I've jumped ship and bought a PS5. How long have I told you guys that I own a PS5? How long have I told you guys that I game on PlayStation and I like those sad dad walking simulators? Except for God of War Ragnarok, because that's really boring. That is really, really goddamn boring. It's so boring that I'm struggling to finish it. I do need to go back to it at some point, but it is hilariously boring. But God of War 2018 was fantastic. And unlike many people, I actually enjoyed The Last of Us 2 as well. But I've always said, like, Ponyball Chaos. But I've always said play where you have fun. You know, Xbox will always be my preferred platform. And by, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? By proxy, PC. Because a PC is just a more powerful Xbox. Since all the games go day and day on there and they can interchange save files, it's just a more powerful version of the Xbox. So, to me, it's by proxy, those two are where I game the most, not on PlayStation. But I still game on PlayStation. I even game on my Switch. And it's like, this guy has lost it. Like, he's truly lost it. But where was it? It's not just him, is it? Did I lose it? I think I might have lost it. Yeah, I must have closed it. But, you know, even, it's unfortunate, but even Peter's down that road now. From what I've seen, it should be on everything. It should be on PC as well. That's GeForce Now. Microsoft doesn't put anything that's not, you know, if it's first party, it goes to PC and Xbox. Let's have a look. Just having a quick look for you. Ooh, Football Manager 2024. I might have to dive into that. I've missed Football Manager. Recently added. We're not looking there. I need to play Tales of Arise before it goes. Coming to Game Pass, we've got Lightyear Frontier, Eiyuden Chronicles, and Center Hellwood. It doesn't actually say Diablo 4. Is it already on there by chance? No. I mean, it's gonna be on there. You bought Tales of Arise? Nice. I want to try it. I'm going to definitely try it because it's leaving. I don't know when it's leaving. Oh, wait, no, that's coming. What's leaving then? That's coming on the 23rd of the 4th. Trending. I still need to finish Lies of P. Is there anything leaving? It doesn't look like anything's leaving for now. Hey look, the Dead Space remake is now on EA Play. Oh, there's a free 30-day trial for Paramount. Interesting. But yeah, that is sad. I really like Lies of P. It's the first Souls game that I really got into, but it is hard, man. I really don't like bashing my head against the wall. Tales games are usually really good. There was a couple I heard that were a little weak. Madden 22 is leaving. I mean, it's going into the vault, right? The EA Play vault, so it's not really leaving. Unless it's coming out of the vault, then that's another thing. But that's part of EA. Yeah, I think it was Zestiria, yeah. For Lies of P, an upgraded Aegis Shield makes bosses a lot easier. I'll have to give that a try, Bells, there. I'll have to give that a try. Get kind of annoyed with Game Pass giving people different deals sometimes, though. I'm happy they're giving them to me. Well, I mean, here in the UK, like, for example, if you sign up with a phone communication broadband, BT, they give you 1 year's Xbox Live Ultimate for free as part of your subscription. I don't know what Microsoft is doing, but they're just trying to get people on that service. But this is weird, right? The next thing I'm going to show you is weird. It looks weird. This looks weird. I'm going to turn the audio off because there's licensed music, but this looks weird. That just doesn't look right? Come on. I can't be the only one that thinks that that looks weird. The PlayStation logo on a Nintendo Switch. Yes, MLB. It's now going to Nintendo Switch. Diablo, I wouldn't put it past them. It's just weird for me, man. Seeing place, but this is what's going to happen more and more. I know this is a license issue thing, but I think we're going to see this more and more going forward, where the smaller games are just going to go multiplat to make more money, because they just don't make money. Right? They just don't make money. I see what you did there, Mr. 7-Digit. I see what you did there. And I approve. Benaya, it is. There might be one person golden apples. See, Helldivers 2 not being on Xbox makes no sense. It's not a flagship title. It's not, you know, like a Last of Us Factions game. It's a, you know, it's a random game that no one really cared about. That seems to have found insane popularity on PC. Now, we all know that Xbox gamers love their bro shooters, right? Gears, anyone? So they love their bro shooters. It would sell great on Xbox, but they've decided that they don't want to milk that market. You know, I think I'm gonna try. Is MLB 24 actually out? Stage 1X. I might be ready for the weekend. I might be sleeping all weekend, because depending on how much pain I'm going to be in tomorrow from all the work I did today, it could be a pretty horrible thing. 15th March early access. By the way, just out of curiosity, if I do play Final Fantasy VII, do you guys want me to play it here, or do you want me to play, it somewhere else? Like, I might do it tomorrow if I'm feeling well. No guarantees, because I felt pretty awful today, hence the late start. Here? Okay. Hey guys, don't forget to hit that like button, and, you know, if you're new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe. We are trying to get to a nice modicum 7,000 subs, and we've only got 29 likes. That is a... Okay, now we've got to 30. And we've got to 42 concurrent. That's nice. Give that like a bit more. There we go, 31. Come on, don't make me MBG reforge you guys. I couldn't even keep a straight face with that one. Alright, seriously, what is that MBG plus that's going around? You normally stream when I'm done for the day? Well, that's a good thing, right, Susanna? As in, done work for the day? Did you see the news of someone uploading a fake Helldivers 2 store page on the Steam and charging $5? I did. They did the same for Palworld as well. Yeah, there's I don't know if it's like a new payment subscription thing for him or something, like an OnlyFans maybe. I actually don't know. I've just heard about it. I'll keep that in mind, ADM. Yeah, I have no idea what that MBG Plus is, but it sounded weird. It sounded goofy, and definitely not something. Has anyone seen this? This is amazing. This is amazing. Has anyone seen this? Alright, boys. I introduce Nib's thesis in one tweet. Enjoy. It is 42 seconds long. It took 40 seconds. It took 40 seconds to get up to the bottom. TLDR exclusives are good. By the way, that's what all this is, by the way. TLDR exclusives are good for gaming. You want to kill me in pain? Devastator, thank you for that $2. TheChaosLounge sent you more vids for when you're bored. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. I'm not reading all of that. How on earth did he tweet that long? Twitter Blue. It allows you to tweet as long as you want. I mean, one thing that exclusives do is allow you to exploit the hardware to its full, right? I think the Black Viking takes the cake, though. He takes the cake with this one. Nib be writing a thesis on his tweets. I hope you all enjoy this latest one. Unfortunately, I can't play the music because of copyright laws. What was that? It's okay. I mean this is stupid. But I have to give him props because this is brilliant. It is Star Wars music. It is Star Wars music, and that will get me copyrighted instantly. Ram, what happened? The what? Yeah. Thrown off. 1 second, chat. 1 second, because something just happened at home and I just need to check it out. In the meantime, I'll let you watch Star Wars again. I'll be right back. Okay, chat. So this is really, really weird. This is really weird. Right? So this is really, really weird. Wait, where's my... I left my headset around there. Thanks.
Gonna get tripped on the way down.
Hey, you still okay with that idea about, like, playing some games and uploading it?
Yeah.
Cool. Alright. So, chat. Hear this out, right? Outside my door, where I'm recording, we have a child's car seat. I was helping my brother today move some roof beams and stuff in my car. So we took all the car seats out because I've got 4 kids that are here with me in the UK. My other child is in Cyprus. That car seat on its own flew from its stand where it is outside my door onto the stairs. And now my kid round there is completely and utterly freaked out because he thinks he's being haunted. Now, you tell me, is this house haunted? Now, there was no tricks. I didn't do anything. But apparently the baby car seat literally just flung itself from one... No, the cats are in the other room. No, I'm talking like it flung itself onto the stairs. No, it's probably... What, from on the floor? Hey, BoldAlphawolf, how are you going? The wind? What are you on about? It's a car seat. What's the wind gonna do? We don't have a tornado. Blame the ponies? Ah, see, there's a credible response. Chaos, can I throttle whoever made this? Why? The Black Viking did this. And yes, this is one tweet, not a thread. But here you go. Knock yourself out. I thought this was hilarious. Forget if Alva made it. Not enough information. Like, I could tell you about a time when, as you know, I'm Turkish, right? And Turkish families, especially with their daughters, they're very strict. So when I was boyfriend and girlfriend with my current wife, and I went round her house one day, and we were supposed to be alone. And I was sitting upstairs, she went downstairs to get me a drink, and I saw a girl walk out of her door. She looked at me, smiled, and walked downstairs. Now, trust me, in a Turkish family, that's like the worst possible thing that can happen to you. Not that I was planning on doing anything, silly, but you don't want to get caught, because if they tell the dad, then that gets serious. They're very, very, very strict. So I waited for about 30 seconds, 40 seconds. I heard nothing. I went downstairs and I said, hey, I thought we were supposed to be alone here. And she goes, we are. And she turns around and tells me, why? And I said, well, I just saw, a girl roughly about 18, 20, maybe 22, at the stairs, bit stocky, looking at me, smiling and walking downstairs. Because at this point, I thought I was busted. I was screwed. There was no getting out of this. I was caught in 4K. There's like no escaping this. I am absolutely screwed. And she asked me to describe who she was. And so I described her. And she went pale. And she immediately grabbed the book. And she said, is this the person you saw? And I said, yeah, that's her. Where is she? And she apparently passed away 2 years ago. It was her sister who died from BSE. And I was like, Right. Yeah, your door is there. I'll see you later. And I left. that was weird, right? That was weird because that was the exact person I saw. That was like no. I ain't getting haunted. No way. No way. Fuck that. I'm out. In my culture, it was basically her giving her blessing. It was her basically giving her blessing to me. That's what it was interpreted as. But still, crazy shit, right? Nothing wrong with being haunted. I mean, as long as it's not a poltergeist, right? I've seen the movie. I've seen what they do. It's Alma Wade from Fear? No. I played that game. No. Same, I've had several personal experiences when I was living here in Hawaii. I don't know if it's just accepted in our culture there. Still, can be unnerving though. Yeah. I've had multiple situations where I've seen shit that just are unexplainable. I haven't seen June Part 2 yet. I haven't seen it. But I've heard that if you don't like the first one, you're not going to like the second one. Could imagine having comments about this coming up seeking clearance. Devastating, you punched the ghost? The original was better? Woodpit, that sounds crazy. Good to see I'm not alone though. So what do you think of this? Nvidia is now the third largest company in the world by market cap. Microsoft and Apple are 1 and 2 respectively. Microsoft holding in number 1 position, Apple number 2, and now Nvidia in number 3. I really want Nvidia and Microsoft to partner. I want Nvidia to partner with their next console. I want Nvidia to work on the next handheld. Their graphics cards are doing a lot of good. Has anyone seen and I know a lot of people don't like the guy. Yeah, what is MBG Plus? I don't get what MBG Plus is. But has anyone seen Technus whatever his name is? He's got a new video that basically builds a £500 PC using an Intel Arc GPU that basically is the same as a PS5. So I stand corrected when I said you can't build a PC that rivals current gen consoles for $500. You absolutely can. Linus Tech Tips, that's the one. So I stand corrected, and I will take that L, and I will champion it, because that's what you do. When you screw up and you're wrong, you take the L and you champion it. And I was wrong. It was used, yeah. It's not brand new. But still, I'll show you some of the stuff anyway in a bit. But I think this is really, this is big information. This is, really good for NVIDIA. And hopefully they can partner with Microsoft. Because I think AMD has run its course with the consoles. And I think, this is the cool thing, right? If the next Microsoft console is with an NVIDIA chipset, and the next Nintendo console is with an NVIDIA chipset, and we know that the Microsoft and Nintendo's relationship is kind of good. We could start to see some of the lesser games actually appearing on Xbox and vice versa as they start to support each other more. I mean, Intel Arc is cool. One of the things that it's failing right now is HDR implementation. Keep in mind, resale cost for PC is higher, games are cheaper, Game Pass is cheaper, upgradability is possible. But that's the thing, you can just upgrade piece by piece. MBG Plus, win full OnlyFans access. I don't know, man. I've seen some really good AI art. Some really good waifu AI art. So what do you think of this? The games that are actually on there right now from Battle.net is Diablo 4, Overwatch 2, Call of Duty, and Hearthstone. And they're adding more support soon. So we could be seeing World of Warcraft on here quite soon. It's not there yet, Snowy, but I think it will come. But it's coming. Of course, you've got the people that who uses it, but I think it's great. More choice is better when it comes to cloud gaming. But as you can see, more and more companies are just jumping onto the whole cloud bandwagon. So, you know, this whole notion of exclusivity is slowly going to wither. I mean, I'm surprised. I'm genuinely surprised that Square Enix doesn't have like a Square Enix portal where all their games are available on the cloud and then you can just play them wherever the hell you want. They would make bank. So even if it's not on your platform natively, you can play it on the cloud. They would make absolute bank. I know of it. I wanted to react to it. So it's something I want to do, but I just can't find the video. Chris, if you've got it, do send it to me, because I do want to react to that video. But I just don't have it. But they'd need to overhaul the UI to support add-ons. Well, that's the problem. I don't think add-ons will ever work with cloud gaming. Hence why natively games like that are probably going to be best played on a native platform. For WoW, natively is going to be best. Like Final Fantasy 14, I use a tool called Act, which greatly helps me playing the game. And I'm not hurting anyone. I'm not hindering anyone. I'm not going for world firsts or anything like that. So, whatever. But it greatly helps me in being able to play the game and helps me improve what I'm doing because of the ability to check my DPS when I'm trying to min-max and stuff. Yeah, it's basically a DPS logger, but like when I used to do like some of the party finder stuff, it can also like call out certain things from the bosses and stuff, so you kind of are prepared for it. Some people frown on that. I just don't see the problem if you're not going for world first. I think you can do it in developer mode. I think you can, if you've got developer mode enabled on your Xbox, you've got Edge browser, So I think through that you can, because through the browser you can run GeForce Now. Well, all you have to worry about bigMADmoe digit is quite simple. The more you've covered up your face, the higher your DPS. You remember at level 50, your character had a full face. Then at 60 it was here, 70 it was here, 80 it was here, 90 it's here. Now that we're going to 100, I kind of expect it to be full, just you can't see anything. You know exactly what I'm talking about as well. It's so weird watching the bigMADmoe transition. Let's... FFXIV, all BLM. Relic gear. Off topic, but people are saying RoboCop has dropped FSR 3 on Xbox. Not sure that's possible without Xbox implementing it first. It's already implemented. Alright, so what's this? So that is bigMADmoe in a Realm Reborn. That was weird in Heavensward, right? Got even weirder in Stormblood. It kind of went back to its roots in That's a Scholar set. That's not bigMADmoe. I'm guessing that's not bigMADmoe either. That looks like Scholar as well. There you go. It's so weird. Like, you can't see anything, man. Literally. My dude's blind. He's going to end up nuking Sandoria or something from another game. I'm waiting for the full release. But once the full release comes out, we can all play on the same... I mean, I'm going to be on the EU... I'm on the EU servers, by the way, so... I'm on the EU data centers, and we can't jump data centers. So you've got NA data centers and EU data centers. For those of you that are on the EU data centers... I'm guessing eventually they'll allow us to jump from one data center to the other. They do for within EU, but I don't know if they do for within region. But yeah. Do I want to restart another account? I'm not sure. What perfect news is that, Benaya? I read somewhere that FSR 3 was already able to be supported on the current gen consoles. Oh, perfect dark news. Yeah. That kind of disappeared along with Everwild. So there's AMD FSR 3 runs better on Xbox Series X. Well, let's see. RoboCop. I don't think I'm seeing anything here for RoboCop FSR 3. There you go. So it's already available. There you go. With FSR free, you don't need a pro console. So this is even more reason for Starfield to sort their goddamn act out and get this sorted. It would, yeah. I mean, right now, if they unlock the frame rate with the last patch update that they did, they ran Starfield on a PC that's equivalent to a Series X. And it was running between 50 and 60 frames per second. It wasn't quite consistent 60. It was dropping to 50, 55. But generally, it was hitting those 60s. And outside of the cities, it was maintaining a 60. So they could hit 60 right now if they unlocked it. Without FSR free. It's just weird that they won't do it. Exactly, Benaya. 505 Games shuts multiple offices as Remedy acquires rights to control IP. 505 Games is an Italian game publisher responsible for multiple releases on the Switch, including Ghost Runner and cloud version of Control. Has announced it will be shutting down offices located in Germany, Spain, and France. This information comes from Game Reactor via Eurogamer and is reportedly part of the previously announced business review last year by parent company Digital Bros, with plans in place to lay off 30% of employees. Digital Bros mentioned in November how consumers had become more selective with new games because they're not stuck at home, with many instead reverting to well-established IP and playing these same titles for longer. As for IP like Control, just yesterday Remedy Entertainment, who most recently released Alan Wake 2, acquired the full rights for the series for the sum of 17 million euros. This includes rights to the original game, sequel, and multiplayer spin-off. I didn't even know there was a multiplayer spin-off. But there you go. Bethesda waiting on the Game of the Year edition. Maybe they're waiting for Shattered Space. Steve, it's possible, yeah. Control was awesome. And I love the tie-in with Alan Wake. Like, there was some stuff that was revealed in Alan Wake that was in Control that was crazy. Let me see if I can find it. Like, this gave me chills, man. I didn't even notice it the first time. And I'm a huge Alan Wake, buff nerd. Where is it? This is the one. Let me stop the music for a sec. Let me know if you can hear this, chat.
I'm just here to punish myself.
Any new dreams you'd like to share, Dylan?
I'm glad you asked, sister. This dream, like all dreams now felt very real.
Better?
Like reality. And reality now feels like a dream.
Maybe I'm just here to punish myself.
Any new dreams you'd like to share, Dylan?
So just listen to this.
I'm glad you asked, sister. This dream, like all dreams now, felt very real. Like reality. And reality now feels like a dream. Maybe it's all a dream. Maybe it's all real.
Dream where my brother endlessly tells me about his dreams.
I was in a dark place, and there was a dark man there. His name was Mr. Door, and he told me that there are many worlds.
Did you hear it? Mr. Door. Now that is the main protagonist in Alan Wake 2.
Side by side, on top of each other, some inside of others. In one world, there was a writer who wrote a story about a cop.
He's referring to Alan Wake here.
In another
Casey.
world, the cop was real.
So where Alan Wake's stories, so what he's referring to here is Alan Wake's stories that he was writing, you know, with the cop Casey. This isn't a spoiler.
Door said he himself was in all of them at the same time.
He doesn't know who Door is.
Endlessly shifting between them. I asked him how I could reach these worlds. I wanted to bring the hiss there. But he didn't want to help me. He didn't like the idea. What did he know?
I'm not wild about the idea myself.
And apparently there's multiple clips in this that refer to Alan Wake. But I love the way that they intertwine this, because this is canon to the main storyline. By the way, Golden Apples, if you're playing Alan Wake, you want to play Alan Wake 1. You want to play the 2 DLCs, Signal and The Writer. Then you want to play American Nightmare. You want to play Quantum Break, because that has loose tie-ins to it. Once you've played Quantum Break, then you want to play Control. And then you want to play Alan Wake 2. So you've got a ton of games to go through in order to get through to where you want to get through. Alright guys, this is when you never go full pony, okay? You never go full pony. There's a reason why I'm saying this, and you never do it. Right? You never go full pony.
I bought a PlayStation 5. I didn't really, but I thought I would like to see what I look like as a pony, and I don't really like it. No, doesn't really suit me. Xbox and PC and Nintendo for life. I bought a PlayStation 5. I didn't really, but I thought...
You never go full pony.
I would like to see what I look like as a pony, and I don't really like it. No, doesn't really suit me. Xbox and PC and Nintendo.
I bought a PlayStation 4. I thought that was quite funny. Thanks for sharing that, Snowy. That was funny. Let's see. Did you not want to watch the Digital Foundry video Because I'm quite interested to see what they're going to say. But it is a long one at 20 minutes. Well,
we at Digital Foundry
have
have been critical of cloud streaming in the past, and the reasons are clear. Image quality is degraded compared to the true native playing experience as rendered on local hardware, and more frustrating still is the fact that your controller input suffers from increased latency with any form of cloud gaming. For competitive shooters, fighting games, or any genre with timing-sensitive actions, there is so often this unwanted delay between the button press and the on-screen result. No matter how near or far the servers are, the reality is cloud streaming introduces these two problems, lower image quality and higher lag. So, with that in mind, enter Sony's offering, the PlayStation Plus cloud streaming service.
So I actually disagree with him because I use cloud gaming all the time. Albeit I'm using GeForce now, but I encounter virtually zero latency. In fact, I encounter more latency with my controllers on PlayStation and Xbox being wireless than I do with GeForce now because I use a wide connection. So I don't understand where they're getting that from. Unless their internet connection is really horrible or they're really far from the actual, fiber box, because I'm quite close to it. So my experience is really, really doctored. But at the end of the day, I encounter more latency with a wireless controller on my consoles than I do through cloud gaming. I've had my kid play, I think, Valorant on cloud, and he came top multiple times. He's very good, mind you, but he experienced no problems with it on keyboard and mouse because he can't use a controller. Yes, I judge him every day. But, it's nowhere near as bad as they're saying it is. I think it was Valorant. That's available on cloud, right? 1 gigabit.
Introduced on the 23rd of October 2023 in Europe and a few days later in the US, PS5 game cloud streaming is available to those on the top tier PlayStation Plus subscription, the premium tier. This replaces the PlayStation Now service, which previously only focused on PS4 and PS3 titles. So having PS5 games streamed at 4K resolution no less is the big breakthrough today. How does it...
So the 4K resolution streaming is, the fact that Sony can do that and Microsoft can't, that's an L for Microsoft. Microsoft has been pushing this for ages, and, the fact that they couldn't get there in time, sure, 4K streaming is, going to use a lot of bandwidth, but Sony have managed to do it using less than a third of the bandwidth required, so thanks to that new video streaming company that they acquired. Microsoft just seems to be out of the ball on that one, and I think it's got to do with the CMA and the fact that they lost, 80% of the rights to their own cloud service?
Compare in latency and image quality to a true native experience as rendered on a PS5. Secondly, how does PS Plus cloud streaming compare to Xbox's own offering, the xCloud? And lastly, what's the frame rate performance like of each cloud streaming service? Let's find out.
So I didn't know that xCloud actually hit above 30. I thought it was still locked at 30 FPS.
So with the intro out of the way, here's a quick primer on how PS Plus cloud streaming works on PS5. The menu design is clear enough. There's a yellow cloud icon next to any supporting game in your catalogue. And whether you have the game installed locally or not, you do still have the option to boot it over the cloud anyway, which is quite unlike Xbox consoles, which remove the cloud option if you already have it installed. In terms of video quality, meanwhile, the service supports 60 frames per second at resolutions of up to 4K, of course, though a true 4K is only possible on PS5 titles, which brings us to our first issue with the PS Plus cloud service. We get 1080p maximum for PS4 games and 720p max for anything listed in the PS3 section. This resolution limit for older consoles is a huge shame, I think. After all, PS3 games like Eco HD Remaster or Echochrome, for example, had the ability to run natively at 1080p, but here, all of that is downscaled to 720p regardless. And on the PS4 side, so many games offered a form of 4K support via the PS4 Pro console, like the 1440p 30fps quality mode in the case of the Shadow of the Colossus HD Remaster. And yet, we're stuck at the base PS4 model's 1080p resolution. That aside, and looking at the service more generally, the audio options are respectable at least. Surround sound support is offered at anything up to 5.1, 7.1, and it even streams PS5's Tempest 3D audio where possible. The first big question then, how does image quality hold up? Is video compression an issue for games? Truth be told, the PS Plus cloud service has a big range of results. There are so many factors to producing the final image. Firstly, there's your internet connection, of course. In my case, I'm using a BT fiber connection, 70 megabits per second download, and a 20 megabit per second upload, which is more than enough bandwidth for a 4K stream, though your mileage may vary. And more crucially,
17
any contention on the line,
What?
supposing anyone 20 megabit per BT fiber connection, 70 megabits per second download, and a 20 megabit per second upload, which is more than enough bandwidth for a 4K stream, though
70
your
or
mileage
17?
may vary. And more crucially, 70 megabit connection, of course. In my case, I'm using a BT fiber connection, 70 megabits per second download, and
I swear
a
that sounds
20
like
megabit
17.
per second upload, which is more than enough bandwidth for a 4K stream, though your mileage may vary. And more crucially, any contention on the line, supposing anyone else on your network is watching Netflix or YouTube, may affect quality. There may be hitches to the video, or the quality level will take a sudden hit. Even in the best case here, with no one else using my network, there is a second factor to image quality though, the game content itself. If you're playing a simpler 2D game like Monster Boy here, a clean, clear game with flat shaded shapes, lots of primary colours, no problem. It's at times undiscernible from a true, natively installed game. It really holds up, but add in lots of high contrast foliage, lots of movement, play a game like Cyberpunk 2077 with more visually busy areas, and Sony's video encoder may struggle to capture all the detail in a frame.
Who's gonna sit there and magnify this shit while they're playing? And this is the problem with Digital Foundry. Who's gonna do this shit? Who's gonna sit there while they're in a car chase and go, oh man, look at that grass over there. Oh mate, look, it's so pixelated when you've got 700 times zoom. Like, it's like the most stupidest thing they can do. And they continuously do it. Like, no one is going to do that in this day and age. No one. It's not even worth talking about.
His video encoder may struggle to capture all the detail in a frame. Areas with lots of foliage, meshes, busy texture work, any dark or grey scenes, and especially rainy weather are the usual culprits. So check out this chase sequence early on in Cyberpunk. Let's freeze the frame too to get a good look at the picture. The rain detail against the dark sky is smudged over due to the compression. The texture under the van ahead also loses clarity. For the most part, it will hold up, but zoom close and there are countless examples where the video encoding falls short.
Like, why are you going...
Next up, let's pick a different test case entirely, Fortnite. Here, I'm using the same saved replay on local PS5 hardware versus the cloud PS5 version of the game. It's a more middle ground example this time. Not overly complicated by high contrast detail, but still a challenge for Sony's cloud streaming given its rapid 60fps movement. In practice, this almost passes for the real thing, though there are visible limits. Once you enter any foliage-dense spots, the video encoding inevitably breaks up. This grassy field, for example...
But Brick, no one is saying that cloud is going to be one-to-one with native install. You have to have some form of brain damage to assume that cloud streaming is going to be as good as native install. It's never going to work. It's coming through the web. It's coming through the internet. It's got compression coming through the internet. The real question is, can you notice it while you're playing on a fast enough connection? As someone who plays cloud gaming a lot, I can tell you, I cannot see the difference. You know, again, I'm a little biased because I've got a gigabit connection, not a 17 meg connection like this dude, and I don't see the problems. I play multiple games on cloud, whether it's racing games or platform games or whatever. Hell, I've even played Halo Infinite on the cloud and had no problems. How about that? No latency issues with Halo Infinite.
Example turns into a bit of a blur, the individual green blades blending into one another due to compression. The illusion breaks in these moments, and if we push the PS Plus cloud encoder with the worst case scenario, a video bandwidth heavy racing game like Assetto Corsa Competizione, it makes for much rougher viewing. Again, this is a saved replay running on local PS5 hardware versus the cloud, giving us perfectly matched gameplay. The grey tones from the overcast weather, the heavy rainfall, the rapid 60 FPS movement, it all combines to provide an ultimate stress test for image quality. And yes, macro block artifacts fill the space around the car, across the floor textures, and the rain in the air. It gives some of the worst results possible with a cloud-based service. Which brings us to the next crucial
I must be
point.
blind, I couldn't tell the difference. I mean, in the distance, I see maybe a little bit of difference issue, but the car looks the same, though.
Which brings us to the next crucial point, how the PlayStation Plus Cloud compares to Microsoft's own xCloud service. Technically, the xCloud is still in beta, but it's been this way for years and is offered as a perk with Xbox Game Pass. And to be blunt, the Xbox Cloud service, as it stands right now, simply does not compete with Sony's offering. In image quality, it's significantly worse for a start. xCloud appears to run with a maximum 1080p resolution video stream up against the 4K on PS Plus. The bitrate also is significantly lower in step with that resolution target, and it's clearly evident in just about every game you'd care to test. Take A Plague Tale Requiem as an example in its 60 FPS mode. In this chase across the fields, the native installed PS5 version comes out best, of course. The PlayStation Plus Cloud version, in the middle, puts in a decent result by comparison, but as we've seen, still succumbs to compression artifacts. But the turnout for xCloud, on the far right, is simply a huge further step down, especially with all the swaying grass, the fire, and the shaded detail of the house ahead. The image is simply prone to much more compression, and this bears out repeatedly across A Plague Tale's richly detailed grassy areas. There's an extra twist to this. Not only is the video stream quality lower on xCloud, but the hardware being used at the server end is not equivalent to an Xbox Series X spec machine. Rather, and despite using a Series X console locally to access the xCloud, in every case, I ended up connecting to an Xbox Series S equivalent console instead. To be clear, this is not specifically a Series S as we know it. Based on our interviews with Microsoft while visiting its Redmon office back in 2020, Series X silicon is used on the server end for xCloud. It's all Series X, but that processing power is subdivided to virtualize multiple, less powerful Xbox machines. One example Microsoft gave in 2020 is that a single Series X console could be virtualized into 4 Xbox One S systems, and that subdividing, in theory, helps limit queue waiting times for the xCloud. It's an incredible feat of engineering, and since then, it appears there's been further infrastructure changes based on our testing. Today, we're very much connecting to hardware on a par with a Series S via xCloud. It stands to reason, based on what Microsoft has told us, that it would be a virtualized Series S running on Series X silicon too, to service more than one player from a single machine. Regardless, the bottom line is, the end result is indiscernible from an actual Series S machine. In the case of A Plague Tale Requiem, for example, this means 3 things. Firstly, you get worse performance than playing the game on a true Xbox Series X, more on that in a moment. Secondly, you get the same pruned back visual settings as a Series S machine, with Requiem in this case running at a native 900p resolution via the xCloud. And lastly, in Requiem's case, it removes the graphics mode toggle for performance and quality. Focusing on the frame rate point then, interestingly, the Series S version has a bug right now that unlocks the frame rate from its intended 30fps cap. In short, this enables Requiem to run unlocked to 60fps on local Series S hardware, and, by extension, on the Series S used on the xCloud servers. The result being we're getting an unlocked 60fps reading using the xCloud and also our local Series S install of the game. Each one is seriously GPU bound, of course, but the point is, in comparing these two with their 30fps caps removed, we get this precisely matched 40 to 45 fps reading as we run down this hill. In visual settings, frame rate, and functionality, the xCloud version of Requiem is a fingerprint match for the Xbox Series S, all of which is disappointing if you're playing on a Series X. Supposing you want to use the xCloud to quickly sample the performance and settings you'll be actually getting on a Series X, it's just not a representative experience. In fact, it's a huge downgrade from the 60fps line of an actual Series X here, running the game from a local install in its performance mode. There's just no comparison between the two. The settings are lower, the frame rate is...
No, at the end of the day, if they are using the Series S as the base for streaming cloud gaming, that's bad. There's no defending that. That shouldn't be happening. Period. That shouldn't be happening. If they are streaming the Series S, which it looks like they may be, that's bad.
Is lower, and again, we miss out on key functionality in the form of that graphics mode toggle. So, where does the PS Plus cloud streaming service fit into all of this? Well, thankfully, it's all very straightforward with Sony's approach. If we boot Requiem, for example, over the cloud, we get the same performance as an actual PS5 install. If we're talking purely in frame rate terms, it's very hard to distinguish this from the real thing. And pitting the cloud streaming services against each other, PS Plus versus xCloud, all of this translates to a huge gulf in quality between them. It's hard to ignore the advantages for Sony's approach here.
But what Digital Foundry is saying is, what they do is they get a Series X, and they can basically split that into 4 Series S powered machines, so they can get more people online, because there's such a huge demand for xCloud, especially from countries where they can't afford to buy the console. That's where xCloud is really being pushed at the moment, to get those people onto the subscription model to get them playing. But yeah, that's a... I didn't know about this, and that's an L. That's a massive L, in my opinion. You know, you take the L where you take it. That's an L. But you know what? There's one cloud service that they didn't compare here, and they 100% knew that if they did, it would shit on both of them. And because they didn't want to show up PlayStation, they didn't do it. Do you know which one that is? I can tell you. GeForce Now. GeForce Now is phenomenal. That's what I use personally on my Steam Deck, on my PC, on my Chromebook, and everything. If they actually added the comparison for GeForce Now as well, it would have made both of these look like amateurs. But you know what? They're always pro PlayStation, so they're not going to shame up PlayStation, are they?
Let's pick one more example, just to make sure Requiem isn't a one-off. If we boot Resident Evil 2 Remake on the xCloud, for example, and compare it to a local Series S install, inevitably we get the same frame rate readout. Interestingly, the ray tracing mode runs at anything from the mid-20s up to 60 FPS. It doesn't run at a perfect 60 even on local PS5, Series X or S hardware, making it a seriously handy benchmarking tool in this case. And just like a Plague Tale Requiem, we get this perfectly matched performance profile. Every turn through Raccoon City streets on the xCloud is beat for beat, point for point, the same as a locally installed Series S reading.
Steve, 100%. Considering their games work through PC on Game Pass, there's no reason why they're not doing what GeForce Now is doing. And this is why I think they should basically kind of take what they've got with xCloud and merge that into GeForce Now and just partner with NVIDIA for it.
Even the visual settings for shadows, textures, and alpha effects are a match between them. Now, if we swap over to an equivalent test of the PS Plus cloud streaming service up against a genuine local PS5 install, we're again seeing a near perfect lock between them. We're running at a higher range of 45 to 60 FPS, but crucially, the matched reading proves we're linking up to a genuine PS5 grade machine over the cloud, all of which leads us to the final comparison: how PS Plus compares to the xCloud version of Resident Evil 2 Remake. The gulf in performance again speaks for itself. It's at times a 20 FPS lead on PS Plus Cloud, alongside the benefits of running at a higher resolution and visual settings.
It's pretty damning, really. Sony has surpassed them. And
All
they
of
came
this
so late
underlines
to
an
the
issue
game.
with cloud gaming on xCloud right now. In our case, we connected to a Series S spec machine each time, and this even applied to first-party efforts like Halo Infinite. Much like on a local Series S install, Halo Infinite is running here at a native 1920x1080 maximum on its 60 FPS performance mode, where we'd expect 1440p on Series X.
I don't know.
And then, jumping over to Gears 5, we're running at resolutions like 900p and under, again putting us in Series S territory. The point being, this isn't a problem on PS Plus cloud streaming, where you're guaranteed equivalent to a PS5 experience, at least before the streaming adds compression and latency. Potentially, it's a slight...
Does it even work on PC? I know it works on a console, but that's another good point, Benaya. The fact is, xCloud works everywhere, whether it's on your TV, on your tablet, on your phone, anywhere. So it's offering a slightly different service than what PlayStation is anyway. At TheChaosLounge, Digital Foundry is usually heavily biased to Sony to the point they purposefully hold back info to Sony look better, when truth will make Sony look really bad. Cesano, he did catch that. He just didn't want to talk about it. Because if he talks about it, it changes the whole landscape of this test and makes it completely pointless. Because the approach of Microsoft is to make sure that the latency issue? Latency issue isn't small. But like I said, I don't have any latency issues when I play on GeForce Now. I don't know if you do, but I don't.
Slight variation of a PS5 spec machine, but the performance level and the functionality of these games is intact. In this sense, the comparison between cloud services heavily skews in favor of PlayStation Plus. There will be cases of hitching owing to interruptions to the stream on PS5, but it's what you'd expect of video streamed over a network. As far as the hardware on the server end is concerned, though, we're not being shortchanged by performance. On the other hand, xCloud has serious issues to overcome. On several occasions, in fact, on first booting a Plague Tale Requiem over the xCloud, we got a 30 FPS cap with uneven frame pacing, after which a reboot of the game gave me the unlocked 60 FPS performance used in our tests. The final question then, how about latency? In terms of display settings, I'm using 60Hz as the output on PS5, no additional VRR mode selected to keep things simple. And to test the latency, I'm using NVIDIA's LDAT sensor. In a nutshell, in Cyberpunk, I measure the response from an input on the DualSense controller to the very first sign of a gun's muzzle flash on screen for the resulting gunshot. And after averaging 100 results between native PS5 gaming and the cloud version, the results are fascinating. On the game's 60 FPS performance mode, we get 88 milliseconds with the native PS5 test, but then 143 milliseconds on the cloud. From input to on-screen response, that's adding 54 milliseconds of latency overall. Controller inputs are noticeably delayed then, and especially so for a game like Cyberpunk, where input lag is high to begin with in native gameplay. And yes, I did also try the 30fps ray tracing mode in Cyberpunk. It comes out at 147 milliseconds on a native PS5 install, up against 205 milliseconds over the cloud, which makes for a similar 57 millisecond addition of lag. To compare PS Plus cloud streaming against xCloud Next, I had to dig deep in finding a common ground game on both cloud services. Not so
Bold Alpha. That's why they've kind of split the Xbox Series X's into 4. Because the demand for xCloud is really, really high. And they don't have enough Xboxes to in the server farms. So they've split them into 4. Essentially taking the Series X's away, I guess. And making them 4 Series S's from 1 Series X. But it's still not enough.
Easy it turns out. Above all, we needed a 60fps first-person shooter with a distinct muzzle flash on gunfire to work with the LDAT sensor. And in the end, I landed on Back 4 Blood, the Left 4 Dead spiritual successor. I took an average of 100 samples for each, again, and amazingly, the native installed results massively favor Xbox. We get 84 milliseconds on PS5 versus just 54 milliseconds on Xbox. It's a strange discovery that bears out with snappier controls on Xbox, but the crucial bit is, of course, their relative difference to the cloud version results. Using the same method then, we get an extra 53 milliseconds of latency on PlayStation versus an extra 45 milliseconds on Xbox. Potentially, this is down to my position, geographically, to the nearest server for each service. But the bottom line is, despite its shortfalls in image quality and a loss of functionality, as it stands, Xbox does have an advantage here.
So it seems to be game-by-game basis.
That's the state of cloud gaming on console right now. For the price of the PlayStation Plus Premium tier, overall, Sony's approach has fewer issues. It gives us a more authentic experience in its 4K image, and in offering a version of the game that's more comparable to an actual PS5. The higher latency compared to Xbox is a disappointment, but then xCloud's own issues are more glaring. The lower bitrate, the heavier compression, the lack of parity with Series X spec performance, and the lack of a graphics mode toggle in cases like A Plague Tale Requiem. It's simply not on the same level as PlayStation Plus in terms of quality. It's a shame too, because there's a genuine argument for cloud streaming if done correctly. There's an immediacy to booting any game on the PS Plus library, no download needed. Or as a way to dip your foot into the water, so to speak. There's an advantage here. JRPGs and puzzle games are a good fit, like Sea of Stars or Unpacking. It's not an ideal solution, but as a stopgap until you download the real thing, it is a useful option. So long as the game played over the cloud is representative of the one you'll play locally on a PS5, it has more value, which is certainly more the case on PlayStation Plus today. Speaking of value, the price of each service has to be mentioned too. The PlayStation Plus Premium tier costs £13.50 or $18 a month, or for those who prefer annual fees, make that £120 or $160 a year. And for that, you currently get 851 games available to stream right away, 201 of which are PS5 titles. The catalogue will vary by region too, but it's an impressive number. And as a bonus, specific additional PS5 titles.
Is there really 201 PS5 titles? Really? Or are we just talking about games that suddenly became slightly upgradable with cross-gen? I don't count cross-gen.
Are available for cloud streaming if you happen to have bought them through the PlayStation Store already. Again, Cyberpunk 2077 is one example. As for Xbox Game Pass, you need Game Pass Ultimate to access cloud streaming, and that sets you back £13 or $17 a month. In exchange, you get access to 402 cloud-ready games, and filtering for Series X and S titles alone, you get 225 games. Of course, each service offers much more beyond cloud streaming for their monthly prices. It's not an exact one-to-one comparison in terms of their value proposition, but if we're focusing on cloud streaming alone, between the use of PS5 grade hardware, server-side, and the higher bitrate, PlayStation Plus presents its catalogue at a quality level that's much closer to justifying that premium label. But for today, that's all I have. If you did find this video useful or insightful in any way, feel free to like or subscribe, and don't forget to hit that bell for instant notifications as any new video lands.
Don't forget to hit my bell too, boys. Don't forget to hit my bell too.
Check out our Patreon at digitalfoundry.net, and
that's that. That is that. Did anyone send me anything? Alright, let's watch one Herman video. Look, I'm a big fan of cloud streaming, and I will use it whenever I can, but I need it off the console. And what I'm seeing on PlayStation right now, that it's not off the console. Let's see. PlayStation, PC, cloud streaming. An i3, damn. They're not actually. It comes with the premium package. So it actually isn't more expensive. The problem Microsoft has is that they found it way too expensive. And with the recent ABK stuff that was going on and the fact that they lost so much control over the cloud, you know, giving Nvidia all their games, giving everyone else all their games. It literally gave no reason for people to go and sign up to Game Pass, so it's a bit of an issue. Hey, BoldAlphawolf with that gifted 5 TheChaosLounge memberships. JayGaming, Smokey, Slightly Handsome, Jack, bigMADmoe, and D Plays Gaming. Thank you very much for that 5 gifted subs. I appreciate you, BoldAlpha. And we need to do something, right, chat? We need to do something for those 10 gifted subs. I'm not taking my top off like Alex. Get that out of your minds. Not happening. But what else could we do? I've been thinking about it. So every time you lot gift 10 gifted subs, I play Kong. Is that your idea? How about a Beatles tune? I'll get demonetized instantly. TheChaosLounge. Man, they made way too many concessions for the FTC. BoldAlphawolf, 100%. 100%. You know, the fact is that the ABK deal has hurt my... You know, financially, it's been amazing. But from a gamer's point of view, it's been really shit. We haven't got none of the back catalogue for ABK games. We're still waiting for our first ABK game go to cloud gaming. It's really hurt the console for 2 years as they tried to make the console weak. They lost almost all control of their cloud infrastructure because they had to give all their games out to every single cloud service around the world. So, like, what did they actually gain outside of... I mean, obviously, the financial benefits of ABK are huge, right? Mobile gaming and whatnot, Call of Duty revenue. You know, this is all great, but that aside, what did the gamers actually gain And in my opinion, they gained nothing. As of right now, they have gained nothing. And for the fact that 2 years we waited for them to do something, we waited for 2 years, their driest spell ever, and we get nothing still. Instead, we get things that are hurting the brand still. I think it's just so stupid. Right? It's dumb. And I don't like it. And I don't know, man. I don't know. When you say MG, do you mean Microsoft Gaming, Susano? No. I get Diablo. I'm saying I get the business point of view from, for this whole thing. I'm not disputing the business point of side of things, but I'm saying as a consumer, what did we gain out of it? We waited 2 years. We supported, them through their driest spell, the worst time during the Xbox One, at a time when they're supposed to be delivering on all fronts now that they've actually got this acquisition. They've almost lost everything. Right? They just gave up too much. And I've said this all along. They just gave up too much. And in my opinion, it wasn't worth it. It just wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth losing that much. They just had to give away too much. I'm mainly a PC gamer. I prefer my games running native. Not a big fan of streaming it on servers. That's fine. That's understandable. Just a bump in the road. Just happens to be that bump is Mount Everest. I don't know if Microsoft Games is putting only specific games on the upgraded blades, or if it's just using them in selective markets. I mean, I could test it out, for our next stream. I don't have the Xbox. I don't think I've got Xbox hooked up to my TV, to my thing. Let me have a look. Because I was about to test to see if cloud gaming works on PlayStation. And it looks like it does. It does work. So you can stream it on PC. But, yeah, let me get my controller and see if, hopefully there's some battery left in this. I've got that Herman video. I want to watch that as well before we call it a night. But I want to try Xbox Cloud Gaming. And I want to see if how it is here. That's if it's working, by the way. That's if I've got it hooked up, because I don't know if I have. So we're just going to have a quick look. Nope, doesn't look like I've got it hooked. That's unfortunate. I think the PS5 is hooked onto it from last time. Oh well. Next time. I'll have that sorted for next time. And we can test the xCloud out through my connection and see what it looks like. Because it's going to be too much of a hassle now. But no, I'm not sure if the Xbox app is running off the same servers. Is the Xbox app on PC running off the same cloud servers? Are you sure? I mean, it could be. That's not working at all.
Press A button to start. Press X button for
I
accessibility.
mean, this doesn't even pick it up. What did I do wrong? Oh, this should be the controller. Oh, it doesn't even let me boot. Toggle full screen. Let's quit the game and go back in. Now that my controller's on. You want Gears of War? Fine, I'll go Gears of War. But there's no waifus in Gears of War. Where's the waifus? I mean, it doesn't seem to be running great. I'll tell you that much. The audio's all messed up. sound is very bad. And of course, that's also not... I wonder why the audio is like that. That's not full screen either, so why is it not full screen? Let's fix the... and I will restart it. Okay. So let's quit game and try this again. I indeed am Diablo. I have enough bandwidth to be able to do it. But what I'm seeing is not what you're seeing. No, it's still got a really bad thing. And it's not accepting my controller input either. Or keyboard. It's not accepting any input. It's not accepting any input whatsoever, so I don't know why it's doing that. Yeah, it's not accepting any input. Like, I'm trying to... Okay. But, like, this is not playable. GeForce Now is not like this. I haven't used xCloud in a long time, but it doesn't look like it's come along. But seriously, this sounds horrible. This isn't even playable. How are people using this? Maybe it's just me using the PC app. I don't know. Or it could be because I'm streaming at the same time from the same PC. I know GeForce Now doesn't have this problem. But that's not playable. But when I was listening to... It's really weird because when I just put on Forza, I never had that problem. The music was perfect. Yeah, go for it, Benaya. At least you got right in the game. It depends on the game you play, right? On the popularity. But that audio was bad, and I'm not sure if it's...
Press A button to start.
Like, I don't get this on GeForce Now. Like, if this is what I'm going to experience on PC cloud gaming, I've got no reason to use this.
Settings, option highlighted, difficulty, option 1 of 8, control type, button, A
How do I
button,
turn
select,
off
B
narrative?
button back, X button, change profile.
Shut up! But this is bad. You can see it already, man. this is not running 60. The whole game has issues. It's not running normal. But again, it could be running the Xbox app through my PC while I'm streaming. Like, look at that. Look how nasty that is. Right?
Welcome back, Ali. You
Look
have
how nasty
arrived
that is.
early, but the
That's
next
not
Horizon
playable.
Arcade event will begin shortly. Enjoy.
That's not playable. Yeah, it has to be. But at the same time, right? If I quit this, right, and then I get rid of this, I don't know why that's happening. Let's see. What game are we going to boot up here? Oh god, the interface is disgusting on this. I don't like the PlayStation Plus interface. Looking for a racing game. Does it even have a search? Alright, go away. You don't even have a search. Are you for fucking real? How do you not have a search? This is dumb. It's just alphabetical. There's Gran Turismo on this. No, it is not. In fact, there is no G games. Brick, it could very well be. But I wonder why. Because if I boot this up over here, right? If I boot this up over here, takes a little longer to boot. Yeah, I'm putting my password in, so no thanks. Approve my sign in. All right. Now, wasn't the whole purpose of having cloud gaming so you don't need to update? It's right. It shouldn't have anything to do with the GPU because it's not running off my PC. Maybe. Let me check if that's the case. Because there is an update to the Xbox app like every other day. Like, I've never seen an app require an update more than the Xbox app. So I will not push it past that. Oh, I think I might know what's wrong. I think I know what's wrong. I mean, it does break, but it's not going to be that bad. I've got a 3090 Ti. But I'm using the Xbox Insider app. I'm an Xbox Insider, so I've got the latest Delta update. So that might have broken things for me.
Press enter to start. Press X.
I'm using a beta version of the app. I'm not using the release candidate. I mean, you can hear everything is beautiful now, right?
Press A button to start. Press X button for accessibility. Option highlighted.
It's not the GPU.
Continue.
It's
Option
not the GPU.
1 of 3. Control type. Button.
No, this is on GeForce Now.
Loading.
This is GeForce Now. But for my Xbox app, I'm using the Delta. I'm on the Delta beta version. I'm on beta version for the Delta. Yeah. I'm guessing it's that. But it's still not going to look as crisp as this. Right? It's still not going to look as crisp as this.
Welcome back, Ali.
Where is the audio?
Horizon Arcade will begin soon. Why not say hello to the other drivers while...
See, why didn't Digital Foundry show this one? Where this one doesn't run upscale to 4K, this one actually runs. And I can still see the pixelation, well, not pixelation, but the lower effects, but it's honestly not bothering me. This is perfectly acceptable. I mean, there are compression artifacts, yeah. But the question is it enough to bother you? And to me, it's not. I don't know, this just works fine for me. I mean, this is running at a solid 120 FPS. Right? This is running solid 120. It hasn't dropped a single frame.
This is a drift run. You have to stick to the route. But traction is optional.
In 100 yards, turn right. In 200 yards, Turn right. Turn right.
As you can see, you should totally give me your cars to drive. But this is why I think Microsoft should partner up with Nvidia and just use their service.
Yards. Turn right.
I don't know why XCloud was doing that outside of the fact that I'm on the Delta beta.
Turn right.
So that's probably gonna... Oh shit, it's gonna have some issues. Look, my driving is amazing, okay? I'm giving you guys entertainment.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
You see? Amazing driving right there. I missed the turn apparently.
In 400 yards, turn left. Turn around when it is safe to do so.
Where am I supposed to turn? But graphically this looks amazing, right? There's nothing wrong with this graphically. And this is cloud gaming. Like I think cloud gaming is in a really good place. It's I'm running at 2K because that's what my monitor supports. 120 FPS because that's what they maximum support. Motion blur is off. FPS is on in the top right hand corner so you can see. It's on full screen. I don't even have DLSS on. Or AI super resolution. None of this frame generation is on. It's still running at max. Everything's set to maximum. And it is still maintaining 128 FPS.
Turn left.
I don't know, cloud gaming to me has come a long way. It's not gonna look as good as native, but honestly, it's good enough. You see, this is what I'm trying. You see, I can drive perfectly well when I'm trying. I wasn't trying there. No, don't go too far. Did you see that group progress? They loved it.
When it is safe to do so.
Be shooting.
In 200 yards.
Yeah, Sunday driving grandpa. Woo! But anyway, you get the picture. I think it's fine. Cloud gaming is in a good place. I don't know why Xbox wasn't working, probably because I'm on the Delta and it's got a weird update. But let's exit to desktop. Look, I don't do braking. I hit 88 miles per hour with my flux capacitor. That's how we roll. You know this. I know this. 88 miles per hour, flux capacitor. Nope, not that. Yeah. And we can use a little boost from 1.8 gigawatts. You know, we can all do a bit of a 1.8 gigawatts boost. Alright, let's check this dodo out. And then we can call it a night. Because how much do you want to bet CMA will try to interfere with a Microsoft NVIDIA team up? They will. But not for the hardware. They can't really do anything for the hardware. They can't do anything for the cloud team up. Because all they're doing is using, they're paying NVIDIA for a partnership. So they can't really do anything for that. There's no merger, there's no takeover. And if Microsoft want to go into and start using an NVIDIA graphics card for their next hardware, the only concern that I have with that is what's going to happen to the game preservation that they've got set up with backwards compatibility with the Xbox right now. Does that go out the window, or are they able to port that from AMD to an Intel CPU? So, yeah, I thought we'd check this one out because Yuzu has been a big commotion at the moment with the Nintendo pressing legal charges. So I want to hear what they say. I thought Richard quit. Is back again? Man, this guy quits more than MTash with Genshin Impact.
It's been a long while since we checked in on our old buddy Rich. I've heard he's been getting into some major controversies lately with the J thing and like wanting to quit YouTube thing, but he's still here. He's still making videos. Like, I thought you were done, Rich. I thought I wouldn't have to see you anymore. But here you are, still complaining about Nintendo. In 2024, you're going to be doing this for your entire life. So let's take a look at what Rich has to say about Nintendo today.
Hey boys and girls, I love Nintendo and I bet you do too. I like to play Nintendo with my dad.
Oh, this is a great game we're playing here, son. I like this Nintendo game that we're playing. This is fantastic.
Thanks, Dad.
I have a mullet.
Skip it up and that up. But even though you love the Nintendo games that they make and they make for you, that Nintendo doesn't.
I just want to say that this is a really weird situation because I'm reacting to Herman, who's reacting to Rich. This is like a double react. Susano, he went through a bad period a couple months ago where he just started to stagnate, and he made a very, very stupid bet online for $2,000 and he lost. And he lost almost instantly. And so people asked him to pay up to the person that he made a bet with. And he refused to pay. And people dogpiled on him a lot. You know, they dogpiled on him a lot for making a $2,000 bet and then backing out after he lost. And that affected him mentally. At the end of the day, don't be an idiot. Don't go into bets if you're not going to follow through with it. Simple as that. That's my thing. If you're going to go into something publicly, don't decide on the last minute that, you know, after you've lost, that you're going to back out. You just don't do that. Just pay up and shut up and take the L and move on. But he decided that he didn't want to pay up. And then the internet is not a very nice place when it comes to shit like that. And they went for him. And they went for him hard. And it sent him to a dark place where he basically didn't want to make content, didn't want to do anything on his channel anymore. People in his comment section were just ripping him apart in regards to him not paying up because he should have paid up. And I don't agree with the methods that they used, but I do agree that he should have paid up. If I made a bet with you guys regarding hitting a certain goal on my super chat, and I would play a game. You guys picked Kong. It would be like me doing that and then backing out. That's messed up. You don't do that. It's also why I didn't make the same mistake twice. I learned from my mistake, but I followed through with it. The internet can be brutal, but you don't do what he did. And, you know, there are consequences for mouthing off. And he saw the consequences.
They don't love you. They don't love the consumer. They hate the consumer. They want...
Yeah, emulation is consuming, apparently. Even though you're not playing the games on the hardware, you're not paying for the services, you're not buying the games. Like, you are a consumer even if you pirate stuff. It doesn't...
That's incorrect, because I've got this, and I've dumped this. Well, I've got a ROM of this that I use on my Steam Deck for the Switch, and not on the Switch, on for my Steam Deck, and I play it. I've got the official game. That means I'm legally allowed to back this game up. So I'm not doing anything illegal. I'm not pirating it. I'm not doing anything bad. But the Switch is a piece of shit. And I'm not going to play games at 15 FPS when I can play them at 60 FPS on my Steam Deck. So, you know, that's entirely wrong. Now, if you don't own the game and you don't buy the game, then you are pirating, and then that's illegal. Once you've had challenging your chest. His daughter was also sick. I think I heard something about that, but I wasn't sure.
Doesn't make any sense, Rich.
Want to destroy you. Remember some past bangers, like when someone made Super Mario Brothers for the Commodore 64 for free? Because, you know, everybody who needs a PlayStation 5 when people are clamoring out the doors for a Commodore 64, but Nintendo said it was infringing on their IP, which
it was.
I guess technically it was, and they took it down. For all 300 people who may have tried Super Mario Brothers for the Commodore 64 just to see what the system can do technically. There was a...
Not gonna lie, I tried it. It was the Commodore 64. It worked. And it was weird. And it was wonderful. And I was amazed that anyone made a game for the Commodore 64. I just had to try it, because I loved my Commodore 64.
Another Metroid 2 remake. Remember AM2R? Gone. Nintendo got rid of that.
Yeah, because they were producing their own remake, right? Like...
A better remake, right?
For an entire couple of years, you couldn't talk about Samus Returns without people saying, oh, AM2R was better. It was causing problems for the company.
Are we talking about Metroid 2 here? Because Metroid 2 was shit. Every single screen looked the same. If I didn't look up a guide, there was no way I could finish that game. It was impossible. Every screen looked the same.
Like, it needed to be taken down. Honestly, I would argue it should have been taken down long before it was, but...
There was even demos of Super Mario 64 made in Unreal Engine that was like a level. It was barely playable. It was just to show what Nintendo could do if they used the next-gen engine or current-gen engine at the time. Gone. Gary Bowser, who was supposed to do 40 months in prison for having hacking software and other utilities for the Nintendo Switch.
He ran a business where he sold modded Nintendo products.
So this one I agree with Herman. Bowser did have a business where he was profiting off modded Switches that was basically stealing from Nintendo. This is a rare one that I do agree with.
No. Fuck Gary Bowser.
He ended up being released, but...
I'd rather not fuck Gary Bowser. Mainly because, you know, I'm not into guys. But, you know. If any of you in chat are, each to their own. I'm not judging or discriminating. Just, it's not for me.
still owed millions of dollars. So are you seeing the trend with Nintendo? There's so many other examples.
Yeah. Protecting their brand is evil, according to Rich.
I've made specific stories covering them before, and
that isn't sexist. I said I'm not into it, but if you guys are, I'm happy for you. We'll leave him to Susano. Nah, he just accepted his plea, and he accepted the guilty plea so he could get away with the least amount.
Yeah, that's Nintendo's track record. Look, piracy, I understand, current gen system, but when you go after stuff that's like emulation,
it's not just the current gen. It's like all the legacy stuff that's illegal too. Don't let them weasel out of it, because that's the cope right now. Is that like, oh, they're only doing this to protect the current generation? No, like they are.
Nothing wrong with that, Devastator. Nothing wrong with that. I respect that. But you know what we need to do? We need to play Sea of Thieves.
They have every right to crack down on legacy emulation as well. Like, do not let them try
JayGaming,
and
what
weasel
the
their
fuck?
way out of it.
Oops. And for preservation.
I knew this was going to come up the moment I fucking said it.
Me pro piracy. This is why I bought cartridges like this. I probably
pro piracy. He straight up saying he's pro piracy. Like, I thought emulation wasn't piracy, Rich. Like, I thought all those guys on X were telling me that, like, oh, you don't have to pirate games, but here Rich is like openly admitting that he pirates games.
I said it.
Oh, by the way, this is why he was fired from Blistered Thumbs. By the way, if you don't know your like deep dark Rich lore, like the reason he was fired from Blistered Thumbs was because he used emulators. So yeah, Rich has gotten in trouble for this before, right? Like this stuff is illegal.
Oh shit! Can you imagine, Bold, if Nintendo released, let's say, like an old Mario game on Xbox? I think that would be the end of Herman. I think that would literally be the end of Herman.
I should do a video on this. People would probably like that. Make sure you subscribe. I have weird videos coming about weird things because I'm a weird man. Hand jobs all around. Now, in case you aren't familiar with the emulation scene, there's been an emulator for the Nintendo Switch since 2018. I'll verify it.
Right. I look nothing like him, okay? I know this is coming from you guys. I look nothing like him. I have hair. It might be white. I don't give a shit. I still have hair. I look nothing like him. So don't even go there. I know some of you are thinking it and wondering how to say it. That's a new low for even you guys. Don't even go there. I ain't shaving shit.
Post, but called Yuzu, and it has made great strides. As a matter of fact, one of my emulation consoles, which was basically a hard drive with a bunch of pirated ROMs on it, included Yuzu with Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom on it, which I'm sure Nintendo just loved.
So it included Tears of the Kingdom. I thought these things didn't come with the ROMs, guys. Like I thought this wasn't illegal at all. Like, oh no, I thought Yuzu didn't come with the ROMs.
This guy's a retard, right? Because Yuzu doesn't come with ROMs. If it was packaged with it, that's different. But it doesn't. The base Yuzu doesn't come with ROMs.
Emulator and the game, and it was being sold on Amazon, or was it AliExpress? Who cares? Doesn't matter. But the cool thing about it is I was running that on integrated graphics, and it looked a hell of a lot better than it ever would have looked on the Switch. I think I actually live streamed it here a long time ago. Yeah, so
I don't believe them when they say that.
It is 100%. I'm living proof of that, you lying piece of sack of shit. I get 60 FPS on my PC playing that game, not 15 FPS playing it on the Switch.
Who's been doing its thing. And I even remember when Metroid
I own the
Dread
original.
came out, people were already playing it on the Yuzu emulator, and Metroid Dread looked and played better on the emulator than it did on its native hardware. That's still current. Nintendo's Switch, albeit old, is still current gen. So think about that. An emulator is doing a better job than
God damn it, Steve.
Very relevant hardware.
Hey, don't forget to hit that subscribe
Nintendo,
button, folks.
I'm sure has been paying attention, obviously. and they weren't too happy about it. And guess what? Cease and desist letter sent to the Yuzu developers. Of course, even though they're not sending out any pirated games, Nintendo's like, you know what?
You just admitted, you just admitted your Yuzu emulator came with a pirate.
No, that's not what he admitted, you dumb prick. He admitted that you can buy it online because people are packaging them to sell it. You also need to add the Nintendo Switch keys and the other, the firmware file. But that doesn't come with the Yuzu emulator. The emulator itself is not illegal. The emulator does nothing on its own. It can't run Switch games. It can't play Switch games. You need to back up your own key file, your own firmware, in order to be able to run anything that you own, which in itself is not illegal.
Out any pirated games, Nintendo's like, you know what? This is like the war on drugs for gaming. You're giving a catalyst for people to be able to pirate our game. Nintendo has decided that they are going to sue the developers of the Yuzu Nintendo Switch emulator because why not? Even though they're not pirating any games or selling games or selling ways to hack your Switch, like.
What? Yeah, they're not hacking your Switch. They're just letting you play the games on other hardware. That isn't illegal at all.
It's actually not. It's actually not illegal. Why is this guy smoking? If you have a legal copy of your file and a legal key file of your Switch, which you can dump, and a firmware which you can get off Nintendo's own website, it is not illegal.
Like, come on.
Someone else, they're still getting attacked.
Diablo, it can. But only certain models, not all models. In fact, if you actually have one of the really, 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 really early models, like the launch models, you can basically go to a website, click on the button, and it basically does everything for you on your Switch automatically. But it only works on a few versions of the Switch.
By Nintendo. And this is why I cover this stuff, because it drives me absolutely insane. This comes from Polygon.com. I'll read it to you, then we'll discuss. Now, Nintendo has a 41-page lawsuit filed against the company Tropic Haze. They make Yuzu. Nintendo also specifically references a person aliased as Bune, or Bunny, maybe, who leads development on the emulator. Now, these are the same guys who made the 3DS emulator Citra, so they have a history of making Nintendo emulators.
So they need to be taken out. Like, they need to go.
No, they don't, because they're not doing anything illegal.
Aren't pushing out ROMs anywhere. They're just making emulators for Nintendo's hardware. Nintendo argued that Yuzu executes...
Which in and of itself is unacceptable. Right? You gotta love how they keep making this, like, claim that, like, oh, they're not endorsing piracy while, like, openly talking about playing pirated games. It's so silly.
Codes that defeat Nintendo security measures, including decryption using an illegally obtained copy of product keys. Now, remember, the Dolphin emulator, which was a Wii GameCube emulator, which was supposed to be coming to Steam, Nintendo had the same argument that they were using proprietary code, and that's how they got it taken down from Steam. So if you remember, that was a pretty big deal, and that was the gotcha that Nintendo had. Like, yeah, we're not going... It's not necessarily about the emulator, it's about the proprietary code that's in there, which, fine, touche, Nintendo, with your semantics, but it's an emulator. They aren't pushing out games. I understand a lawyer could have a field day with that part, but you're not going to stop emulation, Nintendo. Anyway, let me continue here before I go into my rant and become a giant ape with a bird next to me, which I already am. In other words, without Yuzu's decryption of Nintendo's encryption, unauthorized copies of games could not be played on PCs or Android devices, Nintendo wrote in the lawsuit. As the alleged damages created by Yuzu, Nintendo pointed to the release of Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom leaked almost 2 weeks earlier than the game's May 12th release date. The pirated version of the game spread quickly. Nintendo said it was downloaded more than 1 million times before Tears of the Kingdom's release date. People used Yuzu to play the game. Nintendo said more than 20% of the download links pointed people to Yuzu. Though Yuzu doesn't give out pirated copies of games, Nintendo repeatedly said that most ROM sites point toward Yuzu to play whatever games they've downloaded. And that's what Nintendo's biggest issue is with the emulator. Hey, Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft, who they still are, but they used to be the biggest champions of game preservation and backwards compatibility. Thank you, Microsoft, for making Fear backwards compatible and running at 60 FPS. That was nice of you. That was like their send-off. I don't know. Look, I'm not saying they did it for me, but I'm saying in general, thank you. That was... if you want to play the best console version of Fear, play it via backwards compatibility on your Series X. You have to get the disc, though, because I guess Microsoft didn't have the licensing. So go buy Fear on eBay. It's worth it. It's one of the best first-person shooters ever made. But my point...
Should we play that, chat? Fear? Should we play it one day?
Point being is that there's a reason why people want to emulate games. It's not just piracy. Of course, people want to play crap for free. Herp derp. That's never going to go away. But the problem with the industry now, and that's why my take, I used to be against multi-carts like this. I used to be like, hey guys, you getting a pirated copy of a game is similar to you going into a store and slicing it open and shoplifting. I was an idiot. The problem with that now, and why my opinion has changed over the years, is that the companies don't care about preserving anything. They would rather not preserve it.
Okay, advocate for Nintendo to release these games then. Like they have the Nintendo Switch Online service. Like advocate for them to release everything through those.
Why would we need to advocate? They literally shut the whole DS store down and the 3DS store down. Why do we need to advocate? It's literally a business decision. They're not going to listen to anyone.
Through those apps, right? Like again, this is my problem with the argument. Like the preservation thing is that everything is being preserved. Like this is just a cope. This idea that like all these big popular games are just gonna like disappear is a complete cope. It's not true.
No, it's 100% true. It's 100% true. What's that game? Zone of the Enders. What happened to that? Anyone? Anyone? Zone of the Enders? That was a big game. Whatever happened to it? Don't forget, guys, I know I've reset the thing, but you still have a token. I'm going to update that so it reflects the token for you to pick a game for me to play.
Like, it's never going to happen, never will happen. But, like, they keep advocating for it anyway. It's ridiculous.
And resell you the same crap over and over again. I like the fact that there is a Last of Us 2 remastered that you can buy. I understand you could just upgrade for $10 if you already own it. Is absolutely unbelievable. They just want to keep reselling you the same damn games. That's why they don't really care about game preservation. That's a big part of the reason as to why they don't really give a crap about game preservation. They rather resell you the same game 30 times. Yes, maybe 1 million people did pirate Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, but do you think that would have stopped anyway? Do you think that when Yuzu goes down, that there's not going to be another talented team of people that put together another emulator? And
now, like, it's that one's going to get taken down too. That emulator isn't going to be as good. It's not going to be as popular, but it's still going to get taken down as well.
I'm not so sure, and I don't think Yuzu's going to lose this. I can't see Yuzu losing.
Right, that's the reality of this. This is why people like Rich are freaking out about this, because without Yuzu, they have nothing. They have no justification for not supporting Nintendo hardware. So it's a big deal for these people.
when you take them down, Nintendo, that there won't be another emulator for the Switch, especially as we go into the Switch 2 era.
I mean, isn't Ryujinx still alive? There's Ryujinx as well, right? Or is that dead?
Come on, you know it, it's ridiculous. But they think they're going to put the fear of God on people. And here's the other thing that bothers me. Okay, 1 million people downloaded a copy of Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom and pirated it. First off, we could actually go into semantics if you want to, Nintendo. How do you know that people, those 1 million people, maybe didn't buy a copy of that game? Maybe, let's say, 200,000 to 300,000 did.
So you're gonna say that 1 million people pirated the game off of a mod site, but they own an actual copy of the game? What? That doesn't make any sense. Like, why would you do that? That did not happen.
Maybe less, maybe more.
Didn't it happen? It didn't happen. I'm living proof that it happened. I own the game. I own it. It's mine. I fucking own it. And I've done it. It didn't happen. Oh, what a fucking idiot.
They just wanted to have a superior experience than your limited old piece of hardware can offer. Did you ever think of that? Did you ever think maybe they wanted a better way to play the game that they just bought? Maybe they bought a copy to not pirate it and wanted to play on their computer, which would give them a much smoother frame rate, better visuals, and do something that your old turd of a console couldn't do.
No. Like, can we stop pretending this is about performance? This is about frames? Like, it's about pirating the game.
No way! It is entirely Tears of the Kingdom dropped down to 12 frames per second, for God's sake. It was entirely about performance. It was unplayable on the Switch.
Right? It has nothing to do... No.
Wow! I just don't get it. Take Valve's approach. Look at Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike started as a mod for Half-Life, and it turned into one of the biggest competitive games out there. That is, I always give that example. And what is having Super Mario Brothers for the Commodore 64 going to do to you? Look, I know it's not about if you're going to lose money or not. You just want to put, like I said before, the fear of God in people so they think twice about emulating your games or remaking them in Unreal Engine 4 or making emulators for your consoles. But Nintendo, especially with how companies don't give a crap about game preservation, it's like you step on one cockroach and there's 1 million other emulator cockroaches out there, and you're not going to stop them all. And honestly, with how companies are treating game preservation, I don't blame the community. If the companies aren't going to give a crap about game preservation, the consumer and the community is. And if you don't like it, Nintendo, well, tough shit. This is Rich of Review Tech USA signing out.
Yuzu is the most popular Switch emulator by far, right? Taking them out is going to be a huge blow against the scene, right? Like, everybody knows it, but Rich, is legit, trying to pretend, oh, you can't stop us. These guys had, you even said this in the video, these guys have a long history of, pirating Nintendo software. They were the only reason the 3DS was cracked, if I remember correctly. So, if these guys go, who exactly is going to pick up the slack for this next Nintendo platform, right?
BoldAlphawolf, let me tell you a story about one time when I got busted. So, I'm not sure if you've all heard of a game called Final Fantasy XI. It was the previous MMO for Final Fantasy XIV. So, me and a few friends were playing the new update, and we got to a point in the story. This was quite late in the game's life cycle. But we got to a point, and the game crashed. It crashes all the time during this cutscene. And we just couldn't figure out why. One of my friends got through, no problem. But me and this other guy, we couldn't get through. Every time on that one line, it would crash. Hard crash. and straight to desktop. So we logged back into the game after about 3 or 4 tries of trying to get past that cutscene, you know, trying to quickly press the button to skip the dialogue. Nothing worked. So we called the GM. And we said, look, buddy, the GM came up and he goes, what seems to be the problem? And we explained, you know, we can't progress through this cutscene, so we can't continue the game. Can you just auto pass this part of the story so we can continue? And the guy goes, you're using Windower, ain't you? And I go, yeah. There's no point in lying. And he goes, yeah, because we actually made it purposefully crash there for people using Windower. And I was like, right. I'm not going to stop using Windower. So what's the solution here? And he goes, oh, no, I don't expect you to. Just launch the game in the default, you know, in the original launcher. And do the cutscene. Then log out and log back into your window. That's what the GM told me. I was like, all right, cool, thanks, buddy. So I logged out, loaded the game up back, played the cutscene, finished the cutscene, and then went back to Windower. And now today, they have around 70-80%. They have 70 to 80% of all the Windower features now plugged into the actual default launcher, or ways to basically do the same thing. So that's kind of cool. So they did actually learn from it, and they have tried to do stuff to minimize the use of Windower and give less reason to use it. So I think that was actually really cool of them. But that's when Square Enix was cool, you know. They were like pro players and stuff. They wanted you to play their MMO and live in there forever.
Hey, who exactly is going to do that, huh? It's going to be difficult, right?
It's not.
Like, and I do think the age of piracy is coming to an end, because more and more people are starting to realize that people like this.
Mate, I think you can pirate the PS5 now. Piracy ain't coming to an end. Piracy will always exist. Always exist. Mod chips and stuff like that will always exist. Yeah, it was weird though. It's like the guy instantly knew I was using Windower Bold. It was crazy. I was like, yeah, I'm using it. There were times when people were it was crazy, because there was one time we was in the Altepa Desert, and you had one person in Shout that were talking about basically using mods to cheat. And we were watching him and saying, are you crazy? What are you doing? What if a mod is like a GM is listening? And then like after like a minute, we just saw his avatar just disappear. And we was like, what happened? 10 seconds later, a GM came along, appeared, and was like, anyone else want to admit to using cheats? Everyone was like, nope, teleport out. Everyone literally just teleported out. Nope, had nothing to do with this. I'm out. Guy was placed in jail for a long time. Oh, the GMs were listening. The GM. Everyone just like literally just they were gone.
Oh, I suppose I should put it at the camera. People like this will never buy the games. That their arguments are nonsense. That they don't know what they're talking about. That they're just making excuses for their degenerate behavior. Right? This guy.
People like this never buy their games. We never buy their games. We never buy their games. We never buy their games, guys. I'm telling you, we're never buying their games. Seriously, we're never buying their games. People like this never buy their games. We totally never buy their games. absolutely never buy their games. You know, why would we buy their games, right, chat? And that's just a collection I just picked up off my hand over here for my Switch games. We never buy their games, chat. We never buy their games.
Guy is coping and seething about the fact that Nintendo is completely justified in wanting to take down Yuzu.
Last time I was told...
Nope. Don't want to listen to Bald Guy. I mean, look at this guy. This is not expected. Xbox, stop disappointing me. Otherwise, at this rate, I'll buy a laptop first, not a Series X. Go buy a laptop. Like, who the fuck cares? I'm so tired of the crying and the bullshit. I did not. Did anyone have it to send? Does anyone have it by any chance? Well, that shouldn't be like that. The Reforge, I mean, I've got this Reforge clip here somewhere, but I don't think this one is it. Or is it? Mr. Pro Corporation is back. I don't know if this one is it. Devastator. Honestly, the way Nintendo has positioned itself, it's proven that you don't need to have amazing hardware to produce amazing games. And sure, some of their games, you know, are struggling now, but don't forget, their hardware is almost 8 years old. Like when we're looking at the Switch, when was the Switch released? Switch release date. Right, it's 7 years old. Right, it's 7 years old. It's gone past sell-by date, and then pushing to 8 years here now. When considering it's coming next year, the hardware is done. It served its purpose. The Switch should have been replaced after 5 years. The fact that it's gone on for another 3 years and it is still going is goddamn impressive for an Android tablet, right? You know, it's impressive for an Android tablet. Tears of the Kingdom would probably run perfectly fine on the Switch 2. And guess what? If you want to play it on the Switch 2, you've got to buy it again. I guarantee you, there's gonna be no. I really hope there's backwards compatibility, but I've got a feeling that it's not gonna have it. Thank you for that $2 super chat, Devastator. I appreciate you. Is this the clip?
Like, that's why I always find it's us versus them, they're greedy corporations. I always find those narratives to be just tiring because it's like, so, like, there's like a Dr. Claw villain sitting somewhere, like, raise the price and give these people crap. It's like, no. These are highly complex situations. There's all sorts of things that lead to a studio launching a game that...
HL, they're not releasing it to get additional revenue. I mean, that's obviously part of the reason, but the main reason is they promised the FTC and the court during the FTC trial that they would put games onto other platforms on a case-by-case basis. Considering the FTC is still trying to dismantle ABK and divest them, by starting this process from the beginning of 2013, they pretty much are slam dunking anything that the FTC has now. And in the future, you know, I still once this FTC case is closed, I suspect towards the end of this year or mid of next year, you're going to see Microsoft go and actually buy another publisher, and the FTC won't have the legs to stand on. Because at the end of the day, Microsoft has, followed through with the promise that they made. And if they put another 2 or 3 on there that are low spec, low grade games that are, you know, A class or AA class games onto other platforms, it shows that they are upholding their promise, and any argument from the FTC that Microsoft will foreclose games will go out the window. If that goes out the window, the FTC literally has no argument to block anything. That is why this is happening.
Was maybe bad, or launching a game that didn't sell well, or launching a game that was buggy. And we always want to reduce it down to just like simple soundbite explanations of, well, the corporations are greedy and they're happy to ship broken stuff and fix it later. And everybody wants to do live service games because they're just greedy and they just want to make more money. And it's like, figuring out how to do ongoing monetization is quite literally an emergent property of everything we've been talking about. Everything we've been talking about. All of the things that have been happening in the gaming space, all of them are leading to this. Because if it was just as simple as, well, buckle down and make a really good game and then you'll be okay, well, they would just do that.
Seriously? Didn't Baldur's Gate prove that if you make a really good game, people will buy it? Palworld, if you make a really good game, people will buy it. Helldivers, if it's released by Sony, people will buy it.
I don't think they're making these pivots and these changes because they're like, well, we're greedy and we hate the consumer. It's, we have to do this in order to survive. Like, greed is part of it. No, greed is an assumed, like, moral word that people try to inject as a pejorative in business because I don't know, they need to read some Thomas Sowell or you take an economics class. The idea that you can just conveniently invoke greed, it's literally just a convenient thing to grab to like hurl at companies. They're all driven by the same thing. All of them. All of them are driven by profit and maximizing profit, because if they maximize profit, they're either publicly traded and they keep their shareholders happy, or if they maximize profit, it makes the business solid. It allows them to reinvest. It allows them to keep the lights on. It allows them to expand. It gives them more solidity. It protects them from, you know, potential shifts where we had a great year last year. And now we've got a surplus to protect us in case something happens. Like, what if demand for your services or your product goes down? The pursuit of profit isn't inherently greed. Greed is a very specific thing. Like I said, it's just this weird, like moral.
I agree, Susanna. He's not wrong. But this isn't the video that I wanted to watch.
Injection into the argument where it's like, well, if I don't like something, I'm just going to accuse the companies of greed. And it's like, okay. Like, anytime I've ever criticized Xbox's business practices, I've never once been like, they're greedy. I've always said the way they approach software is utilitarian. The way they approach software is antithetical to creatives. Even when I give them grief about their 18-month contract policy because they don't want to pay people benefits, I'm never like, that's greedy.
So why don't you talk about EA, which gives people 11-month contracts just so they don't have to give them benefits? No, what you said there is true. Microsoft does that. They employ them for 18 months and then they let them go so they don't have to give them permanent contracts. But EA does exactly the same thing with 11 months. They employ you for 11 months and then they let you go for the 12th month and bring you back for the 13th month.
That's gross. That's how you get to the size of Microsoft, is you shave every corner. You shave every corner. And I'm against it because of what it does to the creative process of making games, because then I get a bad product. I've never once been like, they're just greedy and they're mean. It's like, no. You flex your wallet because that's how they've entered the gaming space. They flex the wallet, they buy stuff, and then look at what it does to the studios and look at what it does to the property. Their approach to creative, their approach to software is what I take issue with, because I feel like I get an inferior product. I'm not like, well, they're greedy. So what, dude? So is Apple. So is Amazon. So is Google. You're on a Google-owned property.
Have you noticed how he doesn't ever say Sony? He never says Sony.
Right now.
Psygnosis became the Liverpool studio.
Watching YouTube. Do you take some kind of a moral stance against the fact that you're watching content that feeds into ad revenue that supports Google? Is Google not greedy? I think they're the exact example of greed. But you've got to define what you mean. When a company says, we're going to, spend this much money, or we're going to lay these people off, or we're going to raise the price of our stuff.
He's just going around in circles in this video.
It's just oversimplification to be like, yeah, they're greedy. This is nasty and bad and awful, and they're greedy. I think that is pretty gross personally. Not taking care of your people and putting out bad products to push up shareholder value is both bad practice and greed. Right. And you and I, Omar, we can share in that, but I never make that part of my criticism. Because that is a moral imperative criticism, which doesn't land on business unless you are doing something that is unethical or mistreats the employee or like hurts them or harms them. They've decided that if they're going to hire contract workers, they don't want to pay them benefits. So they're going to have them walk after 18 months and they can't come back after 6. I have a problem with that morally. I'm like, that's terrible. You hire people, pay them what they're worth, right? Whether you have a theory of labor that talks about being, adequately paid what you're contributing to the building of the boat or whatever. If you get into some of the theories of labor and philosophy,
it is a very one-sided argument.
We can agree about that, but I just don't make that my criticism because it's like, it's just a moral criticism. A lot of the times business is not concerned with that. Business is concerned with, we're of this size, we have to make this much, we have to basically keep our shareholders happy, we have to keep our profits rising, and one of the best ways to do that is to lay people off or not pay people benefits or shut down studios or whatever. My issue with the ABK layoffs was people acting like we knew this was coming. I was frustrated with the coverage. We knew that was going to happen, and we said it was going to happen, and people acted like, no, it won't. No, this is going to be better for the labor force. This is going to be better for Microsoft to come in and buy. My issue was not, oh my gosh, Microsoft's so greedy, I can't believe they did this. My coverage was everybody acting like they knew this was coming or this is no big deal. It's like, we said this would be a result of the acquisition, and we were told that we were fear-mongering. Like,
it's a merger. It's going to happen. It is literally a byproduct of a merger. You are going to lose staff. The fact that ABK decided that they wanted to get rid of people before the merger was even complete, that was a curveball. That right there was a curveball.
Do you see the difference? It's like, I don't think it's very effective to be like, Microsoft bad because they're greedy. Steam's bad then because they're greedy. Steam has all sorts of contract policies baked into
Yeah. That was literally 7 minutes of him talking about the same thing over and over and over and over again. But I couldn't find what I was looking for. I actually looked for a bit and I couldn't find it. So, chat, what is this? I don't know what it is. Does anyone in here know what it is? Oh, here we go. No! He privated that video real quick. I guess so, Bonaya. But mergers even more so. You know, because they're replacing old staff, right? Well, staff with the same job. So it's just not going to work. But I genuinely can't find the clip I'm looking for. I'll try to find it for next time, if I can. Apparently there's a currency farm that people are doing in Helldivers, which is about to get slam dunked by the developers, and people are now pissed because everyone's talking about it. Jeez, is there nothing on Reforge? I know that's Alex's video, right? Yeah. So it must have been before this? Is it this one?
And push out the live service games anyway, or they fold back and say, we're not going to do live service. Bad management? I call that good management. To say, this isn't going to work, this is going to be bad, we need to dial this back and not do this. That's actually good management. You know what bad management is?
It's not that one.
The amount of corruption that goes on at the highest levels of corporations and the lobbying and the bribery to politicians, I think it's fair to treat them like the boogeyman. But here's the problem with that. Here's the problem with that, Garrett. What does it accomplish in the long run to say, I'm totally fine with saying...
Nope, that ain't it. Yeah, I have no idea. As much as I wanted to listen to that one, I have no idea. I thought that was pretty horrible, him saying community managers.
Like, that's why I always find it's us versus them, they're greedy corporations. I always find those narratives to be just tiring because all sorts of things that lead to a studio launching a game that was maybe bad or launching a game. It's a convenient thing to grab to like hurl at companies. They're all driven by the same.
No.
Destin asking the question, if these companies decided to raise the price of games and consoles when they were having their most profitable years ever, where are we going from here? Up? Yeah. Everybody tells me that I'm anti-consumer and pro-corporation when I simply speak in facts. I've said for a very long time that we do not pay enough for games. According to inflation, we get significantly larger games for a fraction of what we used to spend.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that statement, though. The reality is the standard of living hasn't improved anywhere. Inflation may be going up, but the standard of living hasn't improved. So if you increase the price, less people buy games. Like today, like when games used to be 50, 60 quid, I didn't have a problem buying them. Now that they're 70, I think twice about buying a game. And I do buy less games. It's that simple. Maybe it's psychological. It's only a tenner. But it's getting closer to that 100, so it just means I buy less games. How is that benefiting Sony or Microsoft or anyone that wants to push their games to £80, £100? How is that benefiting them? Because I'm now buying less games. Yeah, I can't find it, so I'll try and find it for next time. And if I do find it soonish, I will do a react video on it and try and do that. But I just can't find it. Sorry, chat. But it is 2 a.m., 2:30 in the morning, so I think I'm going to call it there. Same thing happened in Gears 5, so I stopped playing. What's that, Brick? But the reality is, like, I spend less time playing games now, like buying games, and playing games on Game Pass PC, because it's just more affordable to me. If they start to put games at $100, I've just, you know, I'm going to buy less games, and more people will buy less games. And all that's going to do is push more and more people onto subscription services. So I don't understand how Sony or any publisher thinks that this is going to be a win, because it really is not. Not with the current economic climate we're in right now. Oh shit, what's going on here? Yeah, but you're not buying them full price, Maori. You're waiting for them to go down in price. I'm saying buy them day one at full price. Buying them at discounts is fine, but companies don't care about you buying a game 6 months down the line. They care about you buying it day one. So let's see what Tim Dog said. Yep. Also, if they didn't have Microsoft behind them, they'd probably be out of business. Satya was so on the in 20... Man, this guy can't write. What is wrong with him? But to Phil's credit, he sold them Game Pass and Cloud. Both in 2024 have major problems. Well, yeah, Cloud has, because they pretty much had to give it away to everyone. And Game Pass, they're just not being aggressive enough. You know, easy way to be aggressive with Game Pass is keep everything on Game Pass. Don't put it anywhere else. You know, all your day and date games that go to PC, make it only Game Pass. So if people want to play those games on PC, they have to go through Game Pass. If people on Steam don't like that, tough shit. Wait for 6 months to a year and then it'll be put on Steam. But Microsoft just isn't aggressive enough with it. If they were, they would have a lot more sales by now. It's really that simple. Both in 2024 have major problems. He undoubtedly sold Satya again on third-party idea. We don't know that at all. As far as I can see, he's just upholding the promise he gave to the FTC. But this guy's too much of a moron to see that. Thing is, Satya kind of been taken for a ride and zero clue about gaming. You think a guy who's running Microsoft as a conglomerate, who has many, many advisors, is going to be taken for a ride? What type of a fool are you? His biggest thing and the most excited thing he ever was, guess? Mixer. Mixer was an attempt at them to rival Twitch. It failed. Simple as that. It didn't work. It shows that people just don't go to other platforms. I remember that annoyed Xbox brass. Of course it did. They invested a lot of money and it failed. And Microsoft doesn't like failing. All they said is he only asks about Mixer or really sold on it. Xbox has a history of throwing away people, its own people. It's one people, its own fans. Okay, its own people, its own fans. That's why I love throwing them away. Well then fuck off. Why do you have to keep jerking off to the news of Xbox? Go suck Sony's dick. Maybe you'll enjoy that more. They can't take it. My beef isn't with stupid mindless Xbox fan who wants me to cheer on Xbox. It's just a matter of time till they learn. No one's learning anything. Because you know what? I'm about to tell you all a fucking truth bomb. And make sure you're fucking strapped in. 99% of people don't give a shit if the games are multi-platform. All they care about is the games going day and day on Game Pass, so they don't have to pay jack shit for the games. That's the truth bomb. They don't care. They literally don't give a fuck. It's only the mindless fucks like Tin Dog who actually do, right? The reality is, if Xbox gamers are getting their games day and day on Game Pass, you can go onto the streets, do what fucking Karim does and go decide to ask a million people, just make sure it's not doctored the way he does it. But go ask anyone you want. And you'll find out that 99% of people won't give two shits about the games going multi-platform as long as they get it on Game Pass day and day as part of their subscription. That is the reality. Now, we are over here, we have these discussions, we have these streams, we have these talks, and, you know, we're a bit more involved, we're a bit more, you know, into it, so we may have a little bit of a, you know, a different view. But the reality is, I can go ask anyone in the street now, and they will say that is a gamer, and a casual gamer, and they will say, will it still be on Game Pass? Yes, then I don't care. They're paying $70, I'm getting it as part of my subscription. I don't care. And that is the general consensus. I don't know what the fuck this guy is smoking, but he's literally lost the fucking plot. Because that is the truth bomb. The majority of people just don't give a shit. The average person doesn't even use IGN or Metacritic or OpenCritic or anything to go fucking thing. They might even still be buying fucking magazines to read in their spare time to look at games that are coming. Right? They just walk into a shop and say, oh, this looks cool, I'm going to buy this. Or they go on the digital store and say, oh, this looks cool, it's got a trailer. The trailer looks cool, I'll buy it. That's it. This whole thing here is just so fucking stupid. They're not throwing anyone away. Who are they throwing away? Have they removed my day and date games? No. Have they removed me accessing cloud or anything else? No. They've actually opened up more options for me to access cloud. They've actually put it onto GeForce Now, where I can actually use my Game Pass subscription to play the games. I don't even have to buy the games on GeForce Now. I could use my Game Pass subscription to play these games that are Microsoft day one on the fucking service. At least it's very close to day one. How is that them throwing me away? They are giving me options to play the games that I want to play in more places. Now, is it bad for the console as a whole? Absolutely. Because at the end of the day, those people that are only on the Xbox platform are going to suffer when it comes to third-party games. And this is a conundrum that Microsoft needs to sort out and figure out how to solve. If they value the console, they have to resolve this problem. Whether it's through third-party exclusives, like I was telling Paris yesterday, you know, in regards to having them exclusive for a year only on Xbox, not on Game Pass, so the publishers actually, you know, the manufacturer, the publishers actually get their 70% of the value of the game. So, you know, this is something that they can do and should do in order to get people to jump onto that console and buy it. That is really the only option they have right now, because they've already destroyed any other avenue that they have. If they value the console to help third-party sales continue to flow through, because that will increase console sales. But the average person just doesn't care. They just don't. They can't. That's why I love throwing them away. They can't take it. Mate, they don't even give a shit about you. They don't even care about your existence. You're over here literally mulling away about... Hold on. This is exactly, right? What happens? This, right? Where is it? We want the shortened clip.
That's exactly what I wanted you.
Wait.
It was 20 years ago. For food justice. You and your bullies were driven back by farmers with pitchforks. Saved his village at the cost of his own life.
So Chun-Li here is Tim Dog. This is Microsoft. And that's his perfect reaction right there. That's his perfect reaction. He actually thinks Microsoft give two shits about him. And they actually don't. They never have and they never will. Him going on this tirade because he, broke bread with them. He thinks he's some kind of hotshot in that industry. Mate, we're talking about multi-million-pound companies here. People that earn a fuck ton of money. Right? And you think that they can't take it? Who the fuck are you? My beef isn't with the stupid mindless Xbox fan who wants to cheer on Xbox. No one is mindless. It's just a matter of time till they learn. No one needs to learn anything. Like, seriously. At the end of the day, as long as I get the games day one, Avowed, Indiana Jones, Hellblade 2 Senua, if they release a physical, I'll probably buy that one. But if they release those games day one, which they are, I don't care. I don't care. I'm playing them day one, and I'm having a blast. It's just a matter of time till they learn. But it's Xbox and, well, quite frankly, what they have done over the years. And let's face it, if Xbox disappeared today and Xbox only existed on PC and, the TV and the cloud and mobiles and the Steam Decks and the Asus ROGs and whatever, I'd still subscribe to Game Pass. And I'd still play the games on my PC. That's a big if, by the way. Trust me, there is stuff that you don't... Trust me, there is stuff that they done that would make you sick. Oh my god, can you guys imagine that $1 trillion company has done stuff that would make us sick? Do you actually think $1 trillion company is going to get to where they are today by playing nice and being super nice to people and doing everything the legal and proper way? How far gone is this guy? Who in their right minds thinks that Microsoft did everything above books to get to where they are today? Who in their minds thinks Apple did everything above books? They didn't go to no Chinese sweatshops and start getting their iPhones made for like 10p a fucking iPhone and then sell it in, the UK for $1,000. A Devastator? No, that was EA. Sony just put the final nail in the coffin, but it was EA. EA boycotted the Dreamcast and didn't put any game on there. And they put it only on PlayStation. And that really, really, really hurt them. And for people asking, my time is 2:45, which is why I was about to finish. But I saw this and I just had to react to it. Too bad they had a parasocial relationship with me. I know them and their secrets. You don't know fuck all. Because if you did, you would have said it by now because of how hurt you were. It's that simple. You think you know shit, but they fed you and they fucking used you. They used you like a piece of shit. They knew that you would, the moment they smiled at you, you would run to them like a fucking lapdog and deal with it. That's the reality. I don't blame you. You felt needed. You felt good. You felt, important. And that's what corporates do. That is what corporates do. That is exactly what a business wants to do. They want to bring you in, make you feel good, make you feel wanted, make you feel special, and then they tell you to go and pass on the good word and spread that joy. All the while, they're getting free PR from you. They're getting free advertising from you. They're getting free everything from you. And they ain't having to pay a single thing outside of buying you a single fucking meal. Now, who's the biggest fool here? Who's the biggest dumbass here? Who's the biggest muppet here for even believing in that bullshit? I'll leave that to you, folks. I'll leave that to you. Had to block. This is too extreme. The know them and their secret stuff and the very personal nature of these attacks is overboard. These touches shady territory and is now how one should seemingly be open to weaponizing personal relationships or people's trust of kindness. I'm on the bandwagon that Microsoft should actually sue him. I want him to reveal something. I actually want him to reveal a inside secret, and I want Microsoft to sue the fuck out of him. See what he does then. I think maybe then he'll actually really, really hate Microsoft. When a Sea of Thieves, we can do it as a group, like a community day. We'll try and sort something out. I'll put something in a Discord and see what we can do. Like, this is the sort of shit I'm seeing every day now, and it's starting to really just piss me off. I'm just going to have to block him in the end. I mean, he came after me, for fuck's sake, about having a stupid fucking logo. I've never done that. Right? I've never, ever done that. I've always had either that logo I showed at the beginning, which is part of my original YouTube channel, right? The one that I used to cover Anthem on, I used to cover Destiny 2, then I used to cover something else. This is my original channel, right? And if we go to, is there an about page? There is not an about page. Oh, because I'm not logged in, I can't see it. Right? But since this inception, which was, I think, in 2017, I've always had the same logo, and he's now coming after me because I'm telling him that he's full of shit? But Peter's another one. Peter's another one. Maybe he's blocked me. No, he hasn't. He's lost it as well. Don't be any fanboy community, be alone. Alright, go be alone somewhere in the woods. What the fuck's this? A Prime Minister? Fuck off. He's an idiot. Xbox console names versus PlayStation. I mean, Karim is just weird. Reforged Gaming and other PlayStation fanboys want game prices to go higher. I'm sure they'd be okay paying $150 per game. Fanboying is a mental illness. So he's attacking both sides, but he's attacking them in a really, really derogatory and nasty way. This is the thing here. The people who had this avatar in January 2020 celebrating at the thought of Crash Bandicoot being exclusive are now pretending like they don't care about exclusives. It's not that people don't care about exclusives. They just don't care anymore. Times are changing. I don't know, man. I don't know. The fuck is wrong with this? That must be some doctored shit, right? Chat, that has to be doctored, right? That has to be thing, right? This couple looks so happy up here. Oh. I mean, look at this one. Why are they still consoling? I don't understand. The corporation they suck off from conceded defeat. And what do, Nicola? You take it deep, straight down your throat, and it comes out your rectum. Bent the knee, embraced the third place, and these fuckers are still trying to act smart. I mean, at least they're trying. You're taking that sweet-ass SSD straight through your mouth, and it's coming out the backside, and it's kind of going backwards and forwards through your ass and your fucking mouth. I can't tell which one it's coming out of anymore. You really can't tell where this shit comes out from. Like, there's too many of them on Twitter at the moment. This could be interesting, though. Ghost of Tsushima coming day one for PC, for those interested. Anyway, I guess I'm tired and my filter is actually going off, so I should probably stop talking now, because my filter is way, way off. Look at Crap Gamer. No first-party exclusive is great unless you're on Xbox. I give up. I'll catch up with you all in Discord, if you're in my Discord. If you're not, should be a link in the description below to join the Discord. And yeah, I'll probably try and do something this weekend, because I'm not going to go anywhere. But that's it for me, folks. If I don't, I'm going to end up saying something, and it's going to get clipped, and it's going to go somewhere that it shouldn't go to. So I'm going to call it a night there and piss off to bed. Have a good night, everyone. I mean, the Crap Gamer used to shield for Sony, didn't get what he wanted. Shield for Xbox, didn't get what he wanted. I guess he's going to go and shield for Ouya or fucking Stadia at this point. Maybe he'll get something that he wants. Take care, guys. Have a good one. Good night. Hit that subscribe button. And that like. Even though it's a bit late now. But still, hit that subscribe button. Do it. Do it. Do it. You should do it. You should totally do it. Have a good one, folks.